Chapter 2092 7 Divine Techniques. The outsiders were also filled with curiosity about the young people in Four Corner Village. They might possess extraordinary talents themselves, but so did the young men in Four Corner Village who could cultivate. The number of cultivators who came from Four Corner Village in the Shangqing domain was relatively small, but all of them had gained considerable fame. Among the countless cultivators, 1 in 10 million might come to be a renhuang. The chance of becoming a prominent cultivator in the Shangqing domain was infinitesimal. Nevertheless, such a small village had produced several distinguished renhuangs who were well known in the Shangqing domain. This was definitely a land of miracles. There were plenty of rumors circling about this village. The top forces in the Shangqing domain all had some connections with Four Corner Village. They had been keeping a close eye on the situation inside the village. Of course, they would like to see what these young men were capable of. Muyun Shu, in particular, was from the Muyun family of Four Corner Village. He had an older brother who was a powerful figure in the outer realms. Outsiders had shown up in all directions on the street. They were all enjoying the exciting sight with an ambiguous smile. After all, it was only a group of teenagers. "I can do it!" Taitu turned around and said to Yi Futian, Beigong-ao, and others. Yi Futian recognized the determination in Taitu's eyes and nodded to him. Beigong-ao also pulled back. Yi Futian raised his head and scanned the crowd gathered around them. He immediately noticed that none of them was common folks. These people acted like commoners in the village without raising any attention or suspicion. They didn't reveal their abilities here, while in fact they were all renowned cultivators outside. Nevertheless, the villagers were not interested in them or impressed by their reputation. Since these people were living in Four Corner Village, they had to follow the rules of the village. Muyun Shu himself wasn't eager to fight. Instead, the two people by his side walked toward Taitu. Infuriated, Taitu stood in place like a fierce beast. As young as he was, he had formidable energy surging on his body, which gave an idea of his strength. Buzz! The two young men launched the first attack. They rushed toward Taitu with all haste like two bolts of lightning. One of them was flashing with silver light, and the other sounded like the howling wind. They reached Taitu from both directions at the same time. One person pushed his hand forward, while the other made a chopping motion as though he was using his hand as a blade. As they released their power, a faint and grating sound echoed in the air. Their attacks fell upon Taitu simultaneously. Bang! At this moment, Taitu emitted brilliant golden light from his body. As his burly figure became golden and shone brightly, it seemed like the divine light of the Great Path was glowing on him. The attacks from the two young men hit him, but only made a crisp sound. He took a few steps back. Taitu opened his arms and then stamped forward abruptly. Even the stone tiles on the ground cracked. A terrifying golden storm formed around them. With his arms open, Taitu rushed forward and smashed the two young men in their chests. The two boys were pushed back immediately and fell hard on the ground. Blood streamed down from the corner of their mouths. Bang! Taitu stamped his foot again. Countless golden rings of light began to wrap around his body from the top and encased him like a shell. The onlookers narrowed their eyes and watched the golden divine light descending from the void above. It was the energy of the Great Path. He was only a teenager who hadn't comprehended the power of the Great Path, nor did he understand how to utilize it. Nonetheless, he was born with the energy of the Great Path. Even the cultivators from the top forces felt jealous of his gifts. "Wonderful," someone said in a low voice. They had become immensely interested in a brawl between some teenagers. For Corner Village surely deserved its reputation. They started to understand why the cultivators who came from Four Corner Village could advance so fast. The villagers were blessed by the Great Path, yet were also cursed by it. Few of them truly reached the pinnacle in the end. "Come on." Taitu glared at Muyun Shu in front of him and shouted. Mu Shu stood still and stared at Tai Tu, his eyes filled with impudence and arrogance. Then he walked over to Tai Tu, step by step. Looking at the golden rings of light coming from the void above, he thought to himself, I really underestimated Tai Tu. He has made quite some progress indeed. No wonder the teacher praised him. Buzz! Mu Shu also gave off a brilliant golden light. The more frightening thing was that a magnificent pattern appeared behind Mu Shu and started to display scary spectacles. It was a golden-winged giant pung bird. Each of its feathers looked like a dazzling divine sword. The golden-winged giant pung bird spread its wings as though it was hovering and soaring in the pattern. There were other big demon beasts as well, Kailin, Tautai, demonic dragon, and phoenix. But all the big demon beasts were slaughtered and annihilated wherever the golden-winged giant pung bird flew by, as though it was the king of all the demonic beasts. It's the picture of the domineering golden pung bird. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. The Mu family had the life spirit of the golden-winged giant pung bird and could form the horrifying picture of the domineering golden pung bird by birth. The cultivator from the Mu family living in the outer realms had killed many of his peers on the strength of that. Rumor had it that there were 7 supreme divine techniques hidden in the divine relic in Four Corner Village. One of them owned the Mu family. 3 were each owned by 3 different families. 1 was lost outside and taken by a top force in the outer realms, and the last 2 were still unknown to the world so far. It was also why cultivators from all around the Shangqing domain came to Four Corner Village ceaselessly over the years. On top of that, the visitors were all remarkable geniuses from top forces. Ordinary folks didn't even have a chance to come here. A young man like Mu Shu could already summon such an extraordinary phenomenon. It was indeed a natural gift that made people envy. Buzz! A whirlwind abruptly swept this area. 2 feathered wings became visible behind Mu Shu as though he had transformed into a young, golden-winged pung bird. Flapping his wings, Mu Shu vanished into thin air. Tai Tu had a serious look on his face. He certainly knew how powerful Mu Shu was. Mu Shu was one of the best students of the teacher. Moreover, the Mu family enjoyed a much higher status in Four Corner Village than his. That was why Mu Shu was so haughty and insolent. Bang! Tai Tu stamped the ground and smashed the stone tiles. He charged forward and raised his arm to throw a punch. However, a flash of golden divine light appeared, and the young golden-winged pung bird popped up in the sky above. Mu Shu's body hovered in midair. He lowered his head and looked down at Tai Tu's figure below. Said, "You're too slow." Buzz! Before his voice away, he dove down, drawing a golden arc with his body. Tai Tu looked up and threw another forceful punch at him. Nevertheless, he felt like he only hit the void. The next moment, Mu Shu's golden wings slashed at Tai Tu. With a scraping sound, Tai Tu felt a sharp pain and was flung away. He fell on the ground, and the rings of golden light wrapped around his body were torn apart. He had a bad gash on his back that kept bleeding. Clenching his teeth, Tai Tu bore the pain and didn't say a word. Tai Tu! Little Ling rushed over to him and helped him up. Tai Tu's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Mu Shu, who was still hovering in midair. Mu Shu spread his wings open like a young, arrogant war god. Futian didn't intercede and had been watching them quietly. He witnessed what Mu Shu was capable of and began to understand why he was so conceited. The young man certainly had his reason to feel good about himself. Judging by Mu Shu's performance just now, he was definitely one of the best cultivators of his age in the entire Divine Prefecture, let alone the small four-corner village. The top forces would fight hard for a genius like him. Even so, Futian detested Mu Shu's character. The young man didn't even show any mercy to his homeboy. Futian had no doubt that Mu Shu would use lethal force if allowed. You know the result now. That's enough, said Yi Futian. Muyun Shu turned his head and darted a disdainful look at Yi Futian. Then he turned back to Tai Tu and spoke. You have to ask him. Tai Tu, I will let you off if you make way for me whenever you see me in the future. In your dream. Tai Tu stood up, his eyes blazing. Yi Futian stepped forward, but someone said, It's none of your business. You should stay out of Four Corner Village's affairs. Yi Futian glanced at the man speaking. He was obviously an outsider as well. Yi Futian didn't care and kept going forward. He went to Tai Tu's side and said to Muyun Shu, You're schoolmates with each other. A sparring session is enough. F***CK off. Muyun Shu scoffed at Yi Futian in a contemptuous tone. Mind your own business, someone else warned Yi Futian. Chen Yi surveyed the crowd and found this place more and more interesting. Uncle Yi, I can still fight. Tai Tu's eyes were tinged with blood. He stepped forward and glared at Muyun Shu. Don't think too highly of yourself. Then he unleashed even more intense energy from his body. Beams of frightening, golden divine light shone brilliantly. Tai Tu. At this moment, a voice interrupted him. A blind man walked over to them from afar. It was Blind Tai, the owner of the blacksmith shop. Dad. Tai Tu looked in the direction of the voice. Come back with me, said Blind Tai. Tai Tu shot a look at Muyun Shu, unwilling to give up. However, he had no choice since his father was standing next to him. He lowered his head and said to Little Ling, Little Ling, I'm going back now. Okay. Little Ling nodded. Tai Tu walked toward his father. Blind Tai turned around and left while Tai Tu quietly followed behind. Muyun Shu looked at them and said, It's not over yet. Blind Tai stopped and turned around to face Muyun Shu. Muyun Shu had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by a fierce beast, even though it was a blind man that couldn't actually see. To his surprise, he was ill at ease as fear rose in him. Let's go. Blind Tai turned back and left with Tai Tu. Muyun Shu didn't stop them this time. He just stared at their receding figures with his frosty eyes. Chapter 2093, Inquiry. Yi Futian gazed at Tai Tu and Blind Tai's receding figures with a thoughtful look. He caught a trace of energy coming from Bling Tai in the short moment just now. That kind of energy made Muyun Shu, an arrogant teenager, feel a thrill of fear. That was why he backed down. Just as Yi Futian and Chen Yi expected, Blind Tai was not an average blacksmith. On top of that, Muyun Shu probably knew about it. Although Muyun Shu was still a young man, he was not a simple-minded boy. Judging from his usual insolent and haughty attitude and how he asked Tai Tu to get lost before, it was strange that he didn't dare to block Blind Tai's way. With Muyun Shu's temperament, he was unlikely to let Blind Tai off easily if Blind Tai was only an ordinary blind man. Moreover, did Tai Tu attempt to release his life, spirit, in the end? Tai Tu controlled himself and held back his power because of Blind Tai's arrival, but he didn't seem ordinary either. Many people shifted their attention to Yi Futian after Blind Tai and Tai Tu were gone. Muyun Shu glanced at Yi Futian. His eyes were still filled with self-assured hubris and contempt. Although Muyun Shu was surprisingly talented, Yi Futian was not pleased with the young man's attitude. It's best for you to leave the village as soon as possible. Muyun Shu didn't show much fondness toward Yi Futian. He warned him with a cold stare. Why is that? Yi Futian looked at Muyun Shu and asked, There is no why. I'm only offering my advice. It's up to you whether you listen or not. Then Muyun Shu turned around and walked toward a group of people who were scrutinizing Yi Futian and Little Ling as though they were meddling outsiders who didn't belong here. Let's go. Yi Futian looked at Little Ling, who was standing next to him, and reached his hand out to her. The situation around them seemed to have scared Little Ling a bit. She looked nervous and anxious. Upon seeing Yi Futian's hand, she raised her head to look at him. The gentle smile on Yi Futian's face brought her some peace. She placed her hand in Yi Futian's palm. Yi Futian beamed and started walking while holding her hand. Little Ling also cracked a smile. The wide grin on Yi Futian's face seemed to be contagious. It calmed her down and even helped her overcome her stress and anxiety. Although they were surrounded by plenty of people, none of the onlookers stopped Yi Futian and the others from leaving. What happened here today was a squabble between teenagers, which had nothing to do with Yi Futian. Furthermore, outsiders were not allowed to pick a fight inside the village. Any visitor, regardless of their cultivation level, had to behave themselves in the village. The crowd slowly dispersed after Yi Futian and Little Ling left. No one stayed around since the drama was over already. Yi Futian didn't pay much attention to others. Along with Little Ling, he quietly walked on the stone-paved path in the village. At this point, he certainly realized that Four Corner Village was not an ordinary place. None of the young men studying in the private school was an average teenager, let one Muyun Shu, who was an extremely talented boy. On top of that, Blind Tai was an exceptional man as well. Even Tai Tu was hiding some secrets. The voice of the teacher in the private school was like the divine music of the great path. Golden runes floated in midair when he was giving lessons. The entire village gave Yi Futian a strange and mysterious vibe. It looked like that he needed some time to explore. A lot of people were whispering and gossiping while watching Yi Futian walking through the village. What is old Ma thinking? What's the point of using a random guy to fill a rare opening? Exactly. Everyone else either invited prominent cultivators in the Shangqing domain, such as stars of the younger generation of the powerful forces, or cooperated with top cultivators from the outer realms to achieve a mutually beneficial result. This young man looks handsome and poised. I heard that he is not from the Shangqing domain, but what can he bring to old Ma? How will he compete with the others? The crowd chattered incessantly. Yi Futian didn't fully understand some of the rules of Four Corner Village yet. He overheard people's conversation and decided to find a chance to ask old Ma about it when he got back. It's not old Ma's fault. The boy of the Ma family was quite good back in the day. It's a pity that he died so young. Old Ma only has Little Ling to keep him company now. He is not in good health either. Those top cultivators from the Shangqing domain probably don't want to stay in his family anyway. It looks like his family doesn't have the luck on their side. Although the villagers kept their voice low, their gossip and whispers were caught by Yi Futian. Some people talked with compassion and sympathy, while some were simply gloating as if they were waiting to be amused by watching old Ma make a fool of himself. There was no shortage of this type of people anywhere. For Corner Village was no exception. Yi Futian and the others returned to Little Ling's home. Old Ma was still sitting quietly by himself outside of the house and seemed quite relaxed. Grandpa. Little Ling walked over and buried her face in Old Ma's lap. Old Ma rubbed her head and asked in a gentle voice, "Who upset you?" Muyun. He bullied Tai Tu and was not polite to Uncle Yi. He even asked Uncle Yi to leave the village, said Little Ling. She explained her grievance to old Ma since he was the only family she had in the village. That boy from the Muyun family is too impudent and conceited. Sooner or later, he will learn his lesson. Just don't pay any attention to him. Old Ma said quietly. I didn't bother him. He blocked our way, said Little Ling. He also injured Tai Tu. How is Tai Tu doing now? Is he okay? Old Ma asked with concern. He is all right. Uncle Tai took him back, Little Ling answered. Old Ma nodded and replied, Tai Tu is a good boy. He will definitely have a bright future. Yes, I think so too. Tai Tu said he will fly out of the village in the future, Little Ling said with an innocent smile. Perhaps she didn't know what a bright future meant yet. People in her age were still in a bewildered state about everything. I'm sure he will. Little Ling, you must be tired. You should go sleep, Old Ma said with a loving smile. All right. Little Ling stood up and turned back to speak to Yi Futian and the others. Uncle Yi, Sister Xia, you should get some rest too. We will, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was confused by the way she addressed them. He was fine with being called Uncle Yi, but why did she refer to Xia Qingyuan as a sister? Didn't that make him one generation older than Xia Qingyuan? After Little Ling was gone, Yi Futian looked at Old Ma and asked, Can I stay here to have a short chat with you? Have a seat, Old Ma nodded. Yi Futian casually sat down in a chair on the other side of the door, next to Old Ma. Lounging in the chair, Yi Futian seemed to be at ease. He stared at the sky and asked, Little Ling took us to the blacksmith shop just now. We met Tai Tu's father, who has extraordinary ability in forging weapons. Even though he can't see, he manages to produce flawless ironware. Do you know what happened to his eyes? What do you mean, what happened? Are you asking how he lost his sight? Old Ma asked. Yes, Yi Futian nodded and said. It's been so many years. I don't remember what happened exactly. I think he was a little aggressive in his younger days and lost an eye during a fight with some other people. Old Ma cast his mind back to the past and answered. In that case, Mr. Tai knew about cultivation when he was young. Yi Futian continued asking. Old Ma lived in the same village and should more or less know something about blind Tai. Yi Futian had no reason to beat around the bush. He wanted to see how much Old Ma could tell him. Of course he knew about cultivation. Old Ma had no intention to hide the truth. He nodded and answered, Not only that, but blind Tai was quite good when he was young. Yi Futian looked at Old Ma by his side. Old Ma raised his head and stared at the sky, immersing himself in the memory. At that time he was studying in the private school. The master liked him a great deal since he had extraordinary talents and remarkable abilities. Later on, just like you guys, some outsiders came to the village, including people from top forces in the Shangqing domain. They found him, treated him well, and formed a close relationship with him. They even took him in as a brother. So he followed them and left the village. Old Ma slowly told Yi Futian the story. After that, the villagers who had been outside told us that he gained great fame out there and was well known to countless people. He made a name not only for himself, but also for Four Corner Village. However, it was, in fact, against the master's original wish. The master said that he shouldn't mention the village or spread our name when he was outside. Maybe the master knew that it would bring trouble to the village. Following that, the villagers heard some bad stories about him. He came back shortly after. He was covered in blood, lost his eyes, and was in pretty bad condition. The master saved his life and helped him recover. Ever since then, he became blind Tai and didn't like to talk to people anymore. He spends every day hammering out iron in the blacksmith shop. We later heard rumors that blind Tai was betrayed by his brothers, and his unique technique was also stolen. The only thing he managed to bring back after putting up a life-and-death fight was a child. That's Tai Tu. It sounded like a simple and even a little cliché story. But how many things actually happened behind this abbreviated version? Perhaps only blind Tai knew. It took Yi Futian by surprise that blind Tai from the blacksmith shop had such a story. No wonder he wasn't enthusiastic about their visit. Blind Tai probably wouldn't invite them into his blacksmith shop at all, if not for Little Ling. He was certainly suspicious and distrustful of the outside visitors, since he was betrayed by people like them back in the day. What kind of a person is the master? He doesn't want Four Corner Village to be famous? Yi Futian posed more questions. Little Ling, Tai Tu, and even the arrogant Muyan Shu were all extremely respectful of him. Old Ma still referred to him as the master, even at his age. Yi Futian hadn't heard anyone calling the teacher by his real name yet. The master has been in the village for many, many years. He is the protector of the village. When I was a kid, my grandfather told me that the master had been protecting the village ever since his grandfather was still alive. His grandfather's grandfather's grandfather said the same. No one knows how old the master is and how long he has been safeguarding the village. Everyone here, including people from those influential families, listens to the master, Old Ma continued. The master often says that good fortune follows upon disaster, while disaster lurks within good fortune. For Corner Village is a special place and shouldn't be mentioned to the outside world. The villagers who left shouldn't come back either unless they are in a life or death situation. Once they are back, they are not allowed to leave again. The master spends every day teaching students. He has never left the village or even the school. No one actually knows him personally. But rumor has it that Four Corner Village was in danger many years ago due to its reputation. Outsiders swarmed in and tried to occupy the village until the master defeated them. After that, some big shot who allegedly was the head of the Outer Realms came and issued an order. Ever since that, no one dared to stir up trouble in the village. They have to behave themselves during their visits. Yi Futian nodded. He, of course, understood who was the big shot Old Ma was referring to. Dong Huang, the great emperor, was here. Dong Huang, the great emperor, came and studied here. Then he proved his path, unified the divine prefecture, and issued an injunction to protect Four Corner Village. That was why the village looked like this nowadays. Moreover, according to Old Ma, the master was the protector of Four Corner Village and never took an interest in the affairs of the Outer Realms. He didn't even concern himself with some conflicts that happened inside the village. Just like what Old Ma had said, no one actually knew the master personally. What did the outsiders want? Why was Blind Tai betrayed? What did they want to get from him? Yi Futian grew more and more curious about the village. Since Old Ma didn't seem to mind his questions, he felt free to make more inquiries. It has something to do with the tale of the origin of the village, Old Ma explained unhurriedly. He turned his eyes to Yi Futian and asked, "You didn't know anything about Four Corner Village before you came here?" Yi Futian and his companions were probably the only people who didn't know the village's history. The other cultivators in the Shanqing domain all had a thorough knowledge of the legend. After all, Four Corner Village was a famed place in the Shanqing domain. Even though common folks might not be aware of it due to its remote location, the top forces in the Shanqing domain were very familiar with the village. I came from the Donghua domain under a senior's recommendation. Indeed, I don't know much about the village, said Yi Futian. Old Ma nodded slightly. He lounged on the chair and gazed at the sky and said, "Although the village is only a small village, there is a rumor circulating. The world was operating under a different order millions of years ago. Many gods controlled the forces of nature at that time. One of them was called God Sifong. He presided over a vast land and established the Four-Corner Divine Nation, which Four-Corner Village used to be in ancient times. Of course, many people don't believe that, but people living in the village convinced themselves even if they had doubts. Who doesn't like to have a splendid history? Besides, Four Corner Village really is a magical place. You can treat this as a story regardless of its veracity." "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. According to the legend, the god of the Four-Corner Divine Nation assigned 7 people as the Lord Protectors. Because of their different aptitudes, God Sifong taught them each an extremely powerful technique. Together, they were called the 7 Great Divine Techniques and were handed down to later generations. Although it's hard to know whether the legend was true, the 7 Great Divine Techniques do exist. People in Four Corner Village may be born with different abilities. Some people are blessed by their ancestors and have an innate talent for one of the divine techniques. They said that some of the divine techniques were lost, but some are still here in the village. The Muyun family that Little Ling told you about before possesses one of the divine techniques. They are born with the life spirit of the golden-winged giant pung bird and have incredible speed. Rumor has it that one of the 7 Lord Protectors had the golden-winged giant pung bird as his personal mount. Maybe the Muyun family has that bloodline. Yi Futian listened quietly. Although Old Ma was talking about the Muyun family, he couldn't help thinking about Blind Tai. Could it be that Taitu's father also inherited one of the divine techniques, the divine hammer of the protector. It's said to come from one of the Lord Protectors who received a divine hammer of the protector from God Sifong and inspired all throughout the world with his tremendous strength. Therefore, both Taitu and his father were born with extraordinary strength. Old Ma continued, I also heard that a treasure that took blind Tai decades to forge, along with the divine technique, was taken away from him by the people who betrayed him. The story took Yi Futian by surprise. He was present when Muyun Shu showed off his ability. Muyun Shu was only a young man, yet was already able to unleash incredible power. Obviously, it was an extraordinary technique. Still, Yi Futian was amazed by the story behind it. That being the case, Taitu also wanted to display his skill before his father stopped him. Muyun Shu apparently was aware of Blind Tai's reputation. That was why he was too scared to attack him. Moreover, it might also be part of the reason why he picked on Taitu. They were both inheritors of the divine techniques and were eager to compete against each other. Nevertheless, the Muyun family currently enjoyed a high status in the village. Yi Futian heard that Muyun Shu's elder brother was also a remarkable cultivator in the outer realms who could send messages back despite not being in the village. According to Old Ma, people who left the village couldn't come back under normal circumstances. Then why does Four Corner Village allow visitors and even invite them as guests? Yi Futian continued to ask. It was an important question. Li Changsheng told him that visitors would only have opportunities in the village if they were approved by the villagers. But he didn't know exactly what kind of opportunities they would have. Chapter 2095, Day of Sacrificial Rites. Old Ma hesitated for a moment, then continued. Many years ago, cultivators from all kinds of places swarmed into the village. For Corner Village might no longer exist if not for the Master's protection. Even so, the villagers couldn't stay in this bubble forever. Many people are eager to go out and see the outside world. Four Corner Village attracted the attention of the world since its reputation has spread around. All the top forces in the Shangqing domain have their eyes on us. We may keep them from going in, but we can't stop every villager from leaving the village. Even though that powerful person established rules to protect Four Corner Village, he couldn't forbid outsiders from fighting with villagers who had already left the village. If that's the case, everyone from Four Corner Village would act without scruples and offend with impunity. Therefore, some things are bound to happen. Most people didn't want to be trapped in this small village forever, especially those who knew how to cultivate. Otherwise, why did they bother to cultivate in the first place? As a result, the village and the outside slowly reached some tacit understanding and built an alliance. For Corner Village allows the outsiders to come and visit, but they also need to provide help to the villagers. For instance, many people who left the village may be supported, looked after, or even invited by outside forces. The unfortunate experience of Taitu's father is only an anomaly. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He understood the situation a little bit better now. People living in this world sometimes had no command over things that happened to them. Tragedies may befall someone simply because of the treasure he possessed and the jealousy it caused. Unless Four Corner Village was completely hedged off from the outer world and all the villagers never left home, they could hardly forbid every outsider from stepping foot in the village. No one would be able to leave and survive in the outer world if Four Corner Village offended all the top forces in the Shangqing domain. Just like what Old Ma said, the villagers might be more likely to feel satisfied with the size of the village if they were all common folks. Nevertheless, Four Corner Village was a magical place that produced several cultivators with extraordinary talents. The village was too small for them. How could they be trapped here forever? It was only natural for them to long for entering the outer world. You know why people from the outer realms all come to the village at this particular time, right? Old Ma turned to Yi Futian and asked. I don't know. Yi Futian shook his head. Lost for words, Old Ma darted Yi Futian a glance. How did this guy come here without knowing anything? Why didn't the people who sent him here give him some information about Four Corner Village? Because the day of sacrificial rites of Four Corner Village is coming. The village has a day of sacrificial rites every 4 years. On that day, the ancestors of Four Corner Village will manifest and perform divine miracles. The village will become another world. The day of sacrificial rites technically lasts for 7 days, and it's an important opportunity for the village. Some people will be lustrated or gain inheritance or awakening on that day. That's why it's crucial for us. Old Ma continued to explain. Every 4 years, many people from the outer realms will come to the village right before the day of sacrificial rites. All of them are influential cultivators. Some villagers can have the chances to invite them to participate in the day of sacrificial rites. Many common folks in the village rarely get to lay hold of any cultivation opportunity. Their collaboration with the outsiders can be mutually beneficial. If that's the case, by inviting me to be your guest, you guaranteed me a chance to participate in the day of sacrificial rites. Yi Futian asked. Yes, that's basically it, Old Ma nodded and said. Therefore, the villagers all want to pick disciples and offsprings of influential families in the outer realms who have fortunes and resources. The same goes for the outsiders. They want to be hosted by the most prosperous families in the village. Having children studying in the private school is a good indicator of the family status. They have a better chance to succeed on the day of sacrificial rites. Old Ma added. Besides, the outsiders also want to rope the influential families in by a line with them. So the members of those families will join those forces after they left the village. Yi Futian nodded slightly and had a better understanding. It seemed like Four Corner Village really was a place of miracles. Otherwise, the top forces in the Shangqing domain wouldn't pay so much attention to it. What kind of opportunity do you want? Yi Futian asked Old Ma. I don't want anything for myself. I hope to see if Little Ling can have better luck. Old Ma turned around and shot a glance at Little Ling, who was hanging out with Xia Qingyuan behind them. Yi Futian wondered if Old Ma wanted Little Ling to become a cultivator as well. The day of sacrificial rites might change the destinies of the villagers for real. When is the day of sacrificial rites? Yi Futian asked. It's almost here. It doesn't have an exact date. We will all know when the day comes, Old Ma replied. Yi Futian didn't know what to say. For Corner Village was an interesting place indeed. Even its day of sacrificial rites didn't have an exact date. The villagers only knew the day was here when it already happened. Yi Futian was also very curious to see what kind of a world Four Corner Village would become on that day. Yi Futian started to feel less anxious now that he had learned about the backstory. The village was a mysterious place, but it would reveal itself in time. All he needed to do at this time was to wait quietly and patiently. Old Ma, you seem to be in a chatty mood. Someone walked past them on the stone-paved street not far away. He turned back to look at Yi Futian and Old Ma, who were sitting in the front yard, and spoke to them with a smile. People in the village all know what you want. But what's wrong with staying here? So you can't cultivate, so what? Why do you have to be so stubborn? You shouldn't think about it too much. While speaking, he shot a look at Yi Futian and cracked a pleasant smile. This man was Old Ma's friend. He often chatted with Old Ma and knew his thoughts well. Back in the day, Old Ma's son and daughter-in-law died because of cultivation. Now Old Ma wanted his granddaughter to become a cultivator as well. I know, Old Ma grinned and replied. Even though you have the determination, you could be wasting your chance by selecting such a random person. All of your efforts will come to naught. Old Ma, you should go ask around what kind of people other families invited, someone else said. Nonetheless, this one's taunting comments were obviously less friendly. Everyone in the village was different. Old Ma smiled and nodded without responding. At this point, a young man walked over to them. Yi Futian recognized that he was Feng Xiyuan, who they had encountered on the way. Fong Siyuan came from an influential family that enjoyed a high status in Four Corner Village. Fong Siyuan surveyed Old Ma and Yi Futian before speaking. Old Ma, my grandpa asked if you want to pay a visit to our house along with him. He pointed at Yi Futian. You can go back to tell your grandpa that it's not necessary. Old Ma shook his head and replied, All right. Fong Siyuan nodded and darted Yi Futian an odd look. He turned his nose up at Yi Futian before. It was said that no one wanted Yi Futian when he first came to the village. Only Old Ma was stupid enough to pick him. However, Fong Siyuan's family seemed to have a different view and even asked him to come and invite Old Ma and Yi Futian over. Much to Fong Siyuan's surprise, they turned him down. Fong Siyuan was a little embarrassed. He turned around and left immediately. I will go to have some rest inside. Suit yourself. Old Ma stood up and said to Yi Futian. Then he walked into the room. Yi Futian still lounged in the chair, quietly. Little Ling went to hold Old Ma's arm to help him walk. Xia Qingyuan sat down next to Yi Futian and glanced at him. Then she also lay back in the chair and said to Yi Futian, We haven't been so relaxed for a long time. Yes, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Doesn't it feel good? Xia Qingyuan took a brief look at Yi Futian. There wasn't much she wanted in life. She was happy to stay in a village like this with Yi Futian for life. Every day was carefree, without worries or conflicts. Yi Futian noticed that Xia Qingyuan was gazing at him. He smiled and said, Even a retreat like this is still plagued by sordid affairs. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. During the following days, Yi Futian and the others had been enjoying the peace and quiet. They occasionally took a walk inside the village and had become familiar with the people and the layout. Yi Futian actually wanted to pay a visit to the master in the private school, but he dropped the idea since he didn't have a good excuse. A recluse like that would certainly come to him if he wanted to meet him. Chapter 2096. Ancient Divine Nation. Days passed. Although there would occasionally be conflicts in the small village, overall it was still peaceful. It was rare for there to be large disturbances. The people who were supposed to arrive from the outside world had already entered the village. They had all received invitations from the villagers. After all, those who could enter the village were all people with good fate. When the day of sacrificial rites came, the villagers also needed to rely on and form alliances with people of powerful fates. For those who were famous in the outside world and had powerful fates, they found companions among the cultivators who studied in the private school. When both parties had powerful fates, they would likely obtain benefits when the day of sacrificial rites came. On this day, the night was dark and the village was sleeping soundly. The entire Sifang village was peaceful, and many of its inhabitants had wandered into dreamland. Those who weren't sleeping were cultivating. Right then, beams of bright light suddenly lit up Four Corner Village. A mysterious aura emanated outwards and descended upon the village, enveloping the entire village within it. Gradually, the entire village was lit, appearing golden in color. Yi Futian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked out the window and then got up and went outside. He sensed that the entire courtyard was enveloped in a mysterious aura. The village suddenly lit up with brilliant light. Countless lights danced before his eyes. The scenery was constantly changing. At that moment, people walked up beside Yi Futian one by one, including Old Ma and Little Ling. Old Ma watched the scenery change before him. There was a look of longing in his eyes. He was holding on to the hands of a little girl. It was Little Ling. It is so miraculous, Bei Gongxuan exclaimed in a low voice. The scene before her kept changing. It was as though they were in an overlapping space and were entering another world. The day of sacrificial rites is about to begin. The spirits of the ancestors will appear, and then all of you will appear in their world. There, you will all be able to obtain fateful encounters. Little Yi, I'll leave Ling to you, Old Ma said to Yi Futian. The day of sacrificial rites was a significant event for Four Corner Village. Not only outsiders attached importance to it, the villagers did so too. Each generation would only have one such opportunity. Anyone who experienced the day of sacrificial rites would not be able to do so a second time. This applied to both villagers and outsiders. The villagers would usually choose the youths among the next generation to experience it. This was the most suitable age. However, since they themselves had experienced it before and no longer had the chance to do so, cooperating with outsiders was a good choice. Hence, Old Ma handed Little Ling over to Yi Futian, asking him to take care of her. Yi Futian naturally understood. Old Ma hoped that he could let Little Ling obtain a fateful encounter. Little Ling would also only have this one chance to do so. Hence, when Old Ma chose Yi Futian, many of the villagers were critical of his decision. They even mocked Old Ma, saying that he chose Yi Futian because he had no other option. "Leave her to me," replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head. If they truly managed to find a fateful encounter, he would naturally do his best to look after Little Ling. With his most recent understanding, the day of sacrificial rites was the only opportunity for the village youths to change their fates. Incredible figures had the chance to become even more suitable for cultivation, while those who had yet to awaken to their talents had the hope of doing so. Rumor has it that the village's legendary 7 major divine techniques came from the day of sacrificial rites and could be obtained from within. To this day, 2 of the 7 divine techniques had yet to appear. Back then, Little Ling's parents lost their lives due to not being able to cultivate. This might be one of Old Ma's regrets. Everything before Yi Futian's eyes continued to change. Very soon, the village disappeared. Old Ma's silhouette also gradually became blurry and vanished. It was indeed miraculous for someone just a few feet away to disappear from their view. When everything cleared up, they were still standing where they were. However, they were no longer in the courtyard, but instead had appeared in another world. Here, divine halos shone down from the sky. The place oozed with divinity. Gazing into the distance, they seemed to make out a magnificent divine nation. A divine palace floated high in the sky. "Is this the ancient divine nation?" Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "It is so beautiful," said Little Ling as she looked out into the distance. Yi Futian looked at Little Ling beside him. She could also see it. Old Ma said that upon entering this realm, different people would be able to see different things. Some people would be able to see fateful encounters, while others wouldn't be able to do so. Was this an illusory world? In the distance, silhouettes were traversing through the sky, heading towards the divine region far away. Yi Futian held Little Ling's hand as his figure rose into the sky. Nearby, some people glanced over in their direction. Muyun Shu was also among the crowd. There was a youth with extraordinary temperament beside him who should be his ally. Elder brother Tai too. Little Ling shouted beside Yi Futian. He turned his head around and looked down below. A figure was frenziedly running barefoot on the ground. This figure was a youth. It was Tai Tu. He had actually come here alone without a companion. It seemed that he was the only person without a companion. He was running around frenziedly alone down below. "Little Ling!" The youth greeted Little Ling as he raised his head and greeted her back. He appeared to be a simpleton. Yi Futian's figure floated down until he stood before Tai Tu. He asked, "Are you here alone?" Tai Tu replied as he nodded his head. "Father said that I can still obtain fateful encounters alone." Yi Futian recalled Old Ma's story. Blind Tai himself did not trust outsiders at all. He also did not want to ally with anyone. Hence, he would rather Tai Tu experience the day of sacrificial rites alone. "Come with us then," Yi Futian invited. Tai Tu scratched his head hesitantly. "Elder brother Tai Tu, come with me and Uncle Yi." "Uncle Yi will look after you," said Little Ling in her tender voice. Tai Tu nodded his head with a silly smile on his face. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Many thanks, Uncle Yi. Let's go, said Yi Futian as he carried the two of them and traversed the sky together, heading straight ahead. In the sky of this world, beams of golden light descended from above. They appeared dazzling. The further they advanced, the more brilliant the golden light appeared. It seemed to be radiating from the divine nation. What is that? At that moment, Yi Futian asked his group as he looked ahead. Over there, he saw two large armies engaging in a fierce battle in the sky above. However, no aura emanated from their battle. That meant that it was an illusion and was not real. It might be that it was just an image that once existed in this world. Uncle Yi, what are you talking about? Little Ling asked beside Yi Futian as she looked at him with her innocent eyes. Yi Futian looked at her and asked, Can't you see it? Little Ling shook her head. Beside them, the gazes of Xia Qingyuan and the others landed on Yi Futian. They had somewhat strange looks. This made Yi Futian understand. It seemed that he was the only person who could see this scene. All of you can't see it? Yi Futian asked in a low voice. They shook their heads. For them there was nothing ahead. Chapter 2097. Disgust. Yi Futian looked back at the battlefield when he saw the group shaking their heads. It was a battle between two very terrifying armies. Although he could not sense their auras from just the image, he could faintly make out how intense the battle was. This made Yi Futian realize that different people would actually see different things here in this world. It might be that there was truly an element of fate. Did this mean that his fate was more powerful than that of the people around him? Let's go, said Yi Futian without stopping as he continued to advance. They seemed to have arrived at the palace of the divine nation. It was grand here. When Yi Futian saw this, he could imagine how prosperous this place was in the past. From the looks of it, the rumors about Four Corner Village were very likely true. In the past, Four Corner Village was once a divine nation. Uncle Yi, at that moment, Tai Tu said this as he looked up ahead. He seemed to be hinting for Yi Futian to head over there. Yi Futian also looked over in the direction Tai Tu was looking at. There was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a large group of cultivators. They appeared to be a large army. They were ascending the stairs. He did not know how many cultivators there were, but at the very top Yi Futian saw a blurry figure. It did not seem real, appearing like faint currents that formed a human shape. However, when Yi Futian wanted to get a clearer look at it, it would appear even blurrier. Can anyone make out what is over there? Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan and the others who were beside him. Xia Qingyuan and the others shook their heads with perplexed looks. It was the same as before. Could it be that in this world, Yi Futian could see much more than they could? I can see it, Tai Tu said. There is a giant over there. He looks so majestic. The hammer is so big. How heavy is it? When Yi Futian heard Tai Tu's words, he revealed a strange expression. Tai Tu could actually see it. He had heard stories from old Ma regarding blind Tai. Tai Tu might have inherited blind Tai's talent and awakened some abilities. Hence, it was possible that he had formed resonance with this place. This might be Tai Tu's fateful encounter. Let's head over, Yi Futian said, bringing Tai Tu along. When he advanced and reached the area, Yi Futian suddenly sensed an extremely majestic power. The power became a formless wave that caused his body to tremble. It actually caused his figure to be pushed backward. Xia Qingyuan and others turned around and looked at Yi Futian. They had no reaction to this power because they could not see the scene before them at all. It is indeed miraculous, exclaimed Yi Futian, somewhat curious. Tai Tu let go of Yi Futian's hand and walked ahead alone. Yi Futian saw Tai Tu step onto the stairs and walk up. Then he stood before the illusory figure. Yi Futian looked at Tai Tu. He now had an even deeper understanding of what Old Ma had said. The master of this world was the first ancestor of Four Corner Village. This place was originally left behind for them. As an outsider, Yi Futian seemed to be repelled by some force. On the other hand, Tai Tu could see the place and walk straight up to it. Was this an ancestor passing down his teachings to his descendant? When Tai Tu stood there, beams of dazzling divine light circled around him. He himself did not feel anything as he raised his head and looked around. However, Tai Tu soon sensed that something was different. The illusory figure seemed to take shape. The divine light that circled around the figure immediately entered into Tai Tu's body. Then his figure suddenly trembled violently. Tai Tu grabbed his head with his hands and let out a painful cry. "Elder brother Tai Tu," called out Little Ling. She felt afraid when she saw Tai Tu shouting in pain. She wanted to step forward, but Yi Futian still held on to her hand. He said he is all right. He should be inheriting some of the ancestors' teachings. Replied Little Ling as she nodded her head. Yet, she still looked straight ahead somewhat anxiously. At that moment, an extraordinary power suddenly surged throughout the space. Countless beams of golden divine light seemed to descend upon the place where Tai Tu stood. Yi Futian could faintly make out countless figures merging to form a gigantic silhouette who stood tall in the sky. Based on what Old Ma said, the Sifon God seat had 7 major Lord Protectors. This should be one of them. Tai Tu would be inheriting his abilities. Even more powerful divine light immediately descended. This caused a unique power to emanate in the space. Tai Tu was enveloped in the divine light. A crisp sound kept coming from his body, as though the bones, muscles, and blood vessels in his body were undergoing metamorphoses. From far away, people were heading in this direction, looking towards where Tai Tu stood. From one direction, Muyun Shu and his group had arrived. Muyun Shu stared at Tai Tu. Although Muyun Shu was still young, he acted more mature than his age. His gaze was cold as he looked at Tai Tu. Tai Tu had actually obtained a fateful encounter. That meant that Tai Tu was experiencing an awakening. Muyun Shu's figure advanced. He actually dashed towards where Tai Tu stood. However, just like Yi Futian, as he was doing so, a formless power actually sent Muyun Shu's figure flying outwards as he tried to approach Tai Tu. Muyun Shu stabilized himself as he glared at Tai Tu. He also could not make out clearly what was happening around Tai Tu. He could only see Tai Tu being surrounded by divine light. He knew that Tai Tu had obtained a fateful encounter. This power was actually hindering him, not allowing him to approach Tai Tu. "Stop him!" Muyun Shu ordered the people beside him. His behavior caused Yi Futian to scowl. Muyun Shu was a well-known figure in Four Corner Village. He was a monstrous youth. Yet he actually acted so unreasonably. No matter how they put it, Tai Tu was from the same school as him. They all studied in the private school and were all members of the village. Muyun Shu should feel happy for Tai Tu for awakening to a great power. They were both locals here. It was naturally a joyful occasion for them to be able to inherit more divine teachings from their ancestors. However, Muyun Shu didn't think so. He was very egoistic, even though he was still young. He did everything as he pleased. Both of you are locals of Four Corner Village. Since now you pose a chance of encountering fateful encounters at this place, then go your own way. You should each mind your own business and not interfere with each other, Yi Futian said to Muyun Shu. His tone was cold. This youth was acting presumptuously. Are you criticizing me? Muyun Shu fixed his gaze on Yi Futian. A cold light flickered in the eyes of this arrogant youth. He seemed to be looking down on Yi Futian. Get out of my way, ordered Muyun Shu as he glared at Yi Futian, who was blocking his way. Yi Futian was similarly staring at the other party. Even though Yi Futian didn't like Muyun Shu's personality, he took into consideration that Muyun Shu was just a youth and they were in his village now. Yi Futian was not interested in getting serious with Muyun Shu, but the latter acted even more insolently. "Get lost," Yi Futian spat. He could not take it any more. He looked at Muyun Shu with a look of disgust. Yi Futian had cultivated for many years and had encountered many villains. However, this was the first time he had met such a despicable junior in his early teens. Chapter 2098 Vicious. Muyun Shu stared at Yi Futian. Did he just tell him to get out of here? In the village, no one dared to speak to him in this manner. Several cultivators next to Muyun Shu gave Yi Futian a cold stare. They had heard some people mentioning Yi Futian and his group in the village. They heard that he came to the village with Lu Qixing and the others, but no one paid much attention to them at all. Later, they were invited by an ordinary citizen in the village as guests, hence their presence here, for some cultivators from Donghua domain to come onto their turf, and in Four Corner Village, no less, to be this blatantly disrespectful was unthinkable. They came from the outside world to the third heaven of Shangqing domain. Nanhai family in the Shangqing domain was known by all cultivators in the domain. Anyone who heard its name knew what it represented. The distribution of the top forces in the Shangqing domain was kind of special and completely different from that of the Donghua domain. The giants of the Donghua domain were positioned in major areas, while all the giants of the Shangqing domain were concentrated in the central area of the domain, which was also known as the group of continents called the Upper Nine Heavens. Upper Nine Heavens was the absolute core of the Shangqing domain. Almost all the giants and top figures were cultivating in this continental group. Among them, the upper third heaven was a symbol of a powerful family. Anyone who cultivated in the upper third heaven would inevitably attract attention no matter where he went. Lu Qixing, who had entered the Four Corner Village previously, was from the Lu family in the three-layer heaven of Shangqing domain. His status was immensely prestigious, as Lu Qixing himself was a well-known figure. Nanhai family was also a principality from the Shangqing domain, located in the upper third heaven, almost at the pinnacle of this domain. Of course, when they arrived in Four Corner Village, the villagers did not care about their status in the outside world, and no one would care to mention it. But the reality was that the relationship between the Nanhai family and the Muyun family was an unusual one and far surpassed an alliance in the ordinary sense. Once, a peerless genius talent came out of Four Corner Village and swept countless talented figures aside. It was rare for him to be met with a worthy opponent, and he was heavily recruited by the top forces in the Shangqing domain. However, this man was extremely arrogant, and few could convince him, much less keeping him under their control. In the end, this peerless talent who came out of Four Corner Village was tamed by an exquisite beauty. She was equally stunning in looks and talent, and was a goddess from the Nanhai family. The two met because of a battle and came together because of their mutual appreciation of each other's talent. Together, they became a couple much envied by the world. Only later did this peerless figure learn that his beloved's family was a major force in the Shangqing domain, and she was a member of the Nanhai family in the third heavens. In the end, he became the son-in-law of the Nanhai family. A principality that stood at the top of the Shangqing domain had grabbed a once-in-a-lifetime genius as their son-in-law. These two great figures came together, and their story became a much-celebrated legend. Their union was sensational at the time, with all the top principalities from the Shangqing domain in attendance, with great fanfare. That peerless genius talent belonged to the Muyun family from Four Corner Village. Muyun Shu's elder brother, Muyun Lan. The Nanhai family knew that Muyun Lan had a younger brother cultivating in the private study inside Four Corner Village. He inherited the divine method of Four Corner Village and had been greatly valued. A few years ago, they sent someone to the village to train Muyun Shu systematically. The trainer himself was a powerful figure himself. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the village. It was apparent that they attached great importance to Muyun Shu. His elder brother, Muyun Lan, was a genius talent, and his younger brother had equally great potential. Naturally, The Nanhai family would not pass over such an opportunity. In the future, these two peerless figures would rise from the Nanhai family to reinforce its status in the domain. If giants were able to be born from the Nanhai family, it would solidify the standing of that family that much stronger and enjoying many centuries in power. Muyun Shu had known that he was extraordinary ever since he could remember. Apart from having a teacher in the private study teaching him, everyone in the Nanhai family had given him the best resources for cultivating, thus spoiled him to become the arrogant personality he now exhibited. A young man next to Muyun Shu was named Nanhai Qing. This person was a favorite in the Nanhai family. He did not enter the village recently but had already been here for 3 years. The Nanhai family sent him to Four Corner Village as a trial to see what he could learn in Four Corner Village. Of course, the key was Muyun Shu's cultivation and his opportunity this time. Aside from the fact that ordinary folks could not physically enter Four Corner Village, those top forces would not yield any opportunities like this to them either. There were 2 other men behind Nanhai Qing who were powerful cultivators in the Upper Renhuang realm. They weren't people with perfect great path, but when those of great luck entered the village, they could generally bring along some other people into the village with them. The fact that the Nanhai family would bring a few people inside was not surprising. In fact, every top force would have dispatched several representatives to the village. For that reason, the Fong family suspected Yi Futian's luck was formidable. If the people around him did not possess a perfect great path, it meant that they came in under his luck. If he could bring so many people in, his luck had to be extraordinary. Nanhai Qing had sensed the aura from Yi Futian and his group. He realized that at least 2 of them were cultivators with perfect great path. It seemed that these people were not ordinary and were top cultivators from the Donghua domain. Which force in the Donghua domain are you from? Don't you think you are overstepping your bounds? Nanhai Qing said to Yi Futian and the others. Where they were coming from was of little interest to him. This was Shangqing domain, and the Nanhai family had always been a force standing at its pinnacle. Clearly, they were not afraid of any force from the Donghua domain. That is none of your concerns, Yi Futian replied. You are too bold. The 2 Renhuang on either side took a step forward, and a powerful wave swept out towards Yi Futian and the others. Dong Huang the Great had banned outsiders from fighting inside Four Corner Village, but they were allowed to fight on the day of sacrifice. This was an unwritten rule recognized by everyone inside the village, and Old Ma had informed Yi Futian as much. When the 2 Renhuang stepped out, they were like stormy waves sweeping toward Yi Futian and his people. This stormy wave contained the ultimate aura that was as sharp as a sword, extremely domineering, as if it was full of sword intent. Both of them were cultivators in the 8th realm. They were here to protect Nanhai Qing and Muyun Shu. Although they did not have the perfect great path, their realms were still terrifying, as they were almost at the peak of Renhuang. How dare you be so rude in Four Corner Village? Take them down and dispose of their cultivation, and drive them out of the village, Muyun Shu said coldly. Yi Futian detected a murderous intent on this teenage boy. It seemed that previously in the village, he had suppressed his own temperament. Perhaps there were still some others in the village to whom he was beholden. Yi Futian thought it might be the teacher in the private study. If he were allowed to follow his nature without outside constraints, he would be a domineering and frightening dictator. He was already so vicious and ruthless at such a young age, talking about disposing the others of their cultivation at every turn, trying to prevent Tai Tu from obtaining his opportunity. Beigong Ao took a step forward and came to that cultivator of the 8th realm. An astonishing sound faintly rang out from his body, making this space full of oppression. 2 storms of the Great Path collided in the void, but didn't cause too great of a change in the power of the Great Path from the outside. It seemed that the rules and orders of the Great Path in this space were quite different. On the other side, Zifeng stepped out as an astonishing aura erupted from her body, and a magnificent divine flame of the great path appeared all around her. Radiant phantom shadows of the phoenix now appeared in the sky. Zifeng had followed Yi Futian in her cultivation, and Yi Futian had not deceived her either. He turned the divine fire of Wurong into a domain of divine flames that she could cultivate. Now Zifeng was already a demon emperor of the Sixth Order with perfect great path. Her aura was so astounding that even the cultivators of the Eighth Realm felt its pressure. Phoenix. Nan Haiqing cast a glance at Zifeng. It seemed that this group of people was not simple. He had already discovered 3 cultivators who possessed perfect great path, which could almost only be countered by master-level principalities. And it's a female phoenix, no less. I require a personal mount. How about you follow me and be my mount? Muyun Shu said after seeing Zifeng. His tone was as rude as ever. Buzz. A stream of scorching and violent flames swept out, heading towards Muyun Shu. However, an invisible storm blocked just in time, and in the next moment, Zifeng turned into a fire-colored afterimage and charged forward. A cultivator of the Eighth Realm in front of Muyun Shu waved his hand, and a sword field appeared. A meteor shower of swords fell everywhere. Every strand of the sword field contained the sharp power to tear the space. It was as if one sword strike could poke a person full of holes. On the other side, Beigong Ao was clashing with the other cultivator of the Eighth Realm. A violent air current shrouded this space. Nan Haiqing looked at Yi Futian and the others who were opposite of him. Although he was the only one on this side, he seemed full of confidence while his eyes showed his indifference. It was as if he had never viewed Yi Futian or anyone else with much importance. He had already sensed Yi Futian and the others' cultivation and determined that their realm could never pose a threat to him. Although there were several of them, they would not last even one round with him. Nan Haiqing was Run Huang of the Sixth Realm with perfect great path. He was already a figure at the peak of this realm. His combat power was extraordinary, and he could even make war with ordinary cultivators of the Ninth Realm. Most cultivators of Eighth Realm would not have much chance fighting against him. Yi Futian's aura was only Ren Huang of the Fifth Realm. No matter where he came from, he could never have a chance against him. However, he realized that Yi Futian was not looking at him, but had his full attention on Muyun Shu. Then he started walking towards Muyun Shu instead. Chapter 2099. Apology. Nan Haiqing was stunned when he saw Yi Futian was about to do. Was it possible for him to ignore his existence to this extent? Yi Futian continued forward, as if to bypass him. He aimed at Muyun Shu. Coercion of the great path permeated from his body, suppressing this space instantly. Inside this area, it was difficult for anyone to move. There was an invisible pressure of the great path that made those within its reach feel as if they were being trapped underwater, suffocating. It wasn't easy to move even an inch. Obviously, Yi Futian, too, felt this power. The divine light flowed upon his body as he took a step forward, as if the pressure of the great path was not enough to constrain him. Nan Haiqing wanted to do something, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This man had a smile on his face and stood there, watching him silently. Nan Haiqing felt ill at ease. The man's speed was way too fast. It was so fast that he did not have the time to react before the man was already in front of him. In addition, 2 rays of light now shot out from this man's eyes. The dazzling light almost made him blind, and there was immense chaos that incapacitated his mind for a brief moment. Although he was able to break free in a second, Nan Haiqing's eyes were still full of dazzling light, so he was unable to look away and could only focus his attention and wait. At this moment, Nan Haiqing felt greatly threatened, and a sense of danger manifested immediately. He did not move, but his eyes fixed on the man in front of him. The way of light. Nan Haiqing had seen a lot and knew in an instant that the other was an expert in the way of light, which threatened him greatly. He dared not act rashly. He felt that as soon as he moved, the person in front of him would launch an attack against him. Moreover, this man's realm was comparable to his own, which shocked Nan Haiqing. Someone who possessed perfect great path and at the same level as him. And this man wasn't even the most central person in the group, like Yi Futian. Nan Haiqing no longer held his opponent with even the slightest contempt. He was threatened by the man in front of him in an instant, and he could no longer care much about Yi Futian anymore. Of course, it was Chen Yi that appeared in front of him. Chen Yi was already powerful when he was at Donghua Banquet last time. He had not squandered all these years and had been improving himself. And the progress he made was considerable. The appearance of Chen Yi tied up Nan Haiqing. A strange situation now presented itself. Yi Futian walked directly to Muyun Shu with no interference, as no one was there to stop him. As long as Chen Yi was there, Nan Haiqing would not dare to make a move. Yi Futian got in front of Muyun Shu and saw that his expression went through quite a change. Muyun Shu glanced at Nan Haiqing and the others and cursed them silently. This pile of garbage had no power at all, and they had the audacity to tout themselves as part of the Nanhai family, which was a top power in the third heavens. They couldn't even deal with these outsiders. Those eyes that were on Yi Futian still showed defiance, without any intention of backing off. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Even though outsiders weren't forbidden to fight on the day of the sacrifice, if you dare to touch anyone inside for Corner Village here, you'll never get out alive." Regardless of whether it was the day of sacrifice or not, as soon as outsiders entered the village, they were under restraints that absolutely prevented them from trampling on the dignity of the villagers. They were not allowed to act against them. Therefore, Muyun Shu was not afraid of Yi Futian. It seemed so certain that the other would have no way to deal with him. Yi Futian walked up to Muyun Shu and looked down at him with a contemptuous expression. "If you are this arrogant in the outside world and not in this village, you wouldn't even know how you died." Muyun Shu frowned as he raised his head to look at Yi Futian coldly. "When I get to the outside world, everyone will know my name. Who would dare to touch me? People say that the young were arrogant, let alone an extraordinary young man like Muyun Shu, whose talent and temperament were superior. There were still things that he didn't yet fully understand, but there was no denying the kind of blind confidence he had in himself." Boom! An invisible force pressed against Muyun Shu's body. For a moment, Muyun Shu's expression was terribly awkward. Those cold eyes pierced Yi Futian like sharp swords, as he felt an invisible hand that was holding him in place. Buzz! A pair of radiant wings of the golden rock appeared behind him, wanting to spread out and break free from the coercion. However, he was unable to flap his wings freely. The invisible pressure of the great path seemed to have turned into an invisible hand that clamped down on his body so that he could not move at will. "You move against me in Four Corner Village. Do you want to die?" Muyun Shu stared at Yi Futian coldly. "I don't have to do anything else other than staying here with you like this. I have lots of time, and 7 days are nothing to me." Yi Futian ignored his threatening words and said instead, "How about I stay with you like this and teach you how to behave properly?" "You wouldn't dare." Muyun Shu stared at Yi Futian and said menacingly. Yi Futian meant to restrict him completely so that he would be imprisoned. If so, the day of sacrifice would completely pass him by. Such an important occasion for an opportunity, and he stuck here with Yi Futian. "If you don't want to, then bow to Tai 2-3 times to apologize," Yi Futian said coldly. "Me? Apologize to him?" Muyun Shu heard Yi Futian's words and glanced at him. "Impossible. If this is the case, then you don't need to look for any opportunities. I will help you by staying here with you." Yi Futian replied and turned to look in the direction of the battlefield. Muyun Shu's expression changed. He realized that Yi Futian was serious. On this battlefield, those 3 pieces of useless garbage had no time to look after him. Nan Haiqing, who was said to be a man of great ability, was restrained by a young man so that he could not act. In the other two battles, their side did not have any advantage at all either. They saw what was happening on this side with Yi Futian, but they didn't worry about Mu Yunshu's safety. No matter how bold Yi Futian was, he wouldn't be so bold as to do anything to Mu Yunshu in Four Corner Village, or he would not leave the village alive. Sorry, Mu Yunshu spat out in a gloomy voice. Before, when he saw Tai Tu here, he just wanted to ruin his chance. But now that seemed impossible. He didn't want to be tangled up with Yi Futian. He just wanted to go elsewhere to find his own opportunity. I didn't feel the sincerity. You have to face Tai Tu and bow down 3 times. Yi Futian turned and looked at Tai Tu. Mu Yunshu clenched his fists as his eyes fixed upon Yi Futian. However, his expression returned to normal in an instant as he bowed down to Tai Tu, saying, "I'm sorry." 3 times in a row. Mu Yunshu actually bowed down and apologized 3 times. Then he looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Was that acceptable? Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunshu and felt a faint chill crawl down his spine. This young man gave him an ever more terrifying feeling. He would grow up to be an extremely narcissistic person. Get out of here. Yi Futian retracted his aura, and Mu Yunshu immediately regained his freedom. He gave Yi Futian one deep parting look, then turned to leave, saying, "Let's go." From those eyes, Yi Futian could feel a murderous intent. However, knowing what he knew of this young man, he was not surprised at all. Chapter 2100, An Unobstructed View. Nan Haiqing and the other two also left with Mu Yunshu. Before his departure, he took a good look at Yi Futian and the others. It seemed that he underestimated these cultivators who came from the Donghua domain. He even had a suspicion that these people might be from the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. If that was the case, the Donghua domain must have a grand scheme planned and attempt to encroach on Four Corner Village in the Shanqing domain. After Nan Haiqing and the others were gone, Yi Futian turned around to look at Tai Tu. Basking in the divine light, Tai Tu was surrounded by a dazzling circle of light. Yi Futian could vaguely see a shadow as gigantic as God visible in the sky above Tai Tu, as if it was the spirit of his ancestor. If the rumors were true, this godlike shadow could be one of the 7 Lord Protectors from the past. Was Tai Tu a descendant of his? Bang! Tai Tu generated another burst of energy. To everyone's surprise, it was his life spirit blooming. The life spirit seemed to wake up again and towered over everyone like a god. He brandished the divine hammer in his hand and overpowered everything else in the world. Like an unstoppable army, the divine hammer carried tremendous momentum and caused a frightening scene. It was an extraordinary phenomenon of Tai Tu's life spirit, similar to the picture of the domineering golden pung bird that Mu Yunshu displayed before. Apparently, Tai Tu also experienced an awakening while numerous pictures popping up in his head. Yi Futian and the others waited for him quietly. They didn't interrupt Tai Tu's experience, as they didn't need to rush. The day of sacrificial rites lasted for 7 days. On top of that, the cultivation opportunity wasn't first come, first serve. Instead, it depended on the person's luck. Everything was predestined. Therefore, there was no need to be impatient. Little Ling was a little anxious. She had been staring at Tai Tu. Since she didn't know much about cultivation, she was worried that something bad might happen to Tai Tu. Her eyes were glued to him the whole time. Tai Tu was her best friend in the village. Moments later, the strange and extraordinary phenomenon disappeared. Tai Tu slowly opened his eyes. His clothes were torn apart because of his body growth. He looked around and noticed his bare skin and Little Ling's fixed gaze. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Tai Tu, you seem to be taller. Little Ling felt everything was so magical. Tai Tu had grown so much in such a short while. Brawnier as well. I don't know either. Tai Tu scratched his head. Even so, he was more knowledgeable about it than little Ling. After all, he studied under the master in the private school ever since the master told him that he had the gifts for cultivation. He learned about many things and gained a better understanding of cultivation. Uncle Yi! Tai Tu suddenly recalled something and shifted his eyes to Yi Futian, asked, Dad told me that I could sense the opportunity and may experience an awakening. Does what happened just now count as an awakening? It probably does, Yi Futian nodded. People in Four Corner Village were unique. Honestly speaking, the villagers who are considered not suitable for cultivation probably could become fine cultivators as well, let alone the gifted ones. Tai Tu already possessed plenty of hidden talents and experienced an awakening here in the ancestral lands of Four Corner Village. I feel better now. Dad will be happy. Tai Tu scratched his head and said with a silly smile, it was as though the point of cultivation for him was to make his blind father happy. He should be able to satisfy his father after he got out of here. Let's go and take a look at other places, said Yi Futian. Okay, Tai Tu nodded and said, maybe little Ling could have a chance to experience the awakening as well. Then she will be able to study and cultivate under the master in the private school along with me. Little Ling's bright eyes were filled with hope. Studying with the master in the private school had always been her wish. She was eager to be instructed by the master every day. The villagers all admired the master, but she rarely had the chance to meet him. Yi Futian and the others continued to move forward. Some people made discoveries in different areas, but more had not found any clue. They were wandering around randomly, searching for opportunities. They are all students in the private school, little Ling said in a low voice. She envied the students who could be taught by the master, and she recognized every one of them. The people who obtained opportunities were all students in the private school. The master indeed had a good eye. Yes, Tai Tu nodded as well. Yi Futian learned from their conversation that people who were chosen by the master usually could come by some cultivation opportunities during the day of sacrificial rites. Perhaps the master already recognized their innate ability beforehand. That being so, I probably don't have a chance. Little Ling was dispirited and disappointed by the thought. Since the master didn't choose her to study cultivation with him, she was likely to go back empty-handed like many other people. That's not true. I asked the master, and he told me that there were exceptions in the past. Some people suddenly gained the ability to cultivate after they came here. Maybe you're one of them. Tai Tu comforted little Ling. All right. Little Ling knew that Tai Tu only said it to make her feel better. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the sky above. The splendid ancient divine nation seemed vivid and ethereal at the same time. The grand palace gloried in the admiration and worship of people. Yi Futian noticed that Mu Yunshu and his mates were walking toward the left of the divine nation's palace. He could vaguely see a dazzling divine bird there. The bird looked like a golden statue, and Mu Yunshu went inside. Mu Yunshu had the life spirit of the golden-winged Peng bird, an inheritance allegedly from one of the 7 Lord Protectors. It was only natural for him to gain an opportunity here. Besides, Mu Yunshu was already said to be a very impressive cultivator who possessed tremendous talents. A god with a pair of wings on his back radiated brilliant golden light in the sky above the golden-winged giant Peng bird. Mu Yunshu was suspended in midair as if he was being baptized by God. In an instant, beams of the blinding divine light shone from his body and attracted many people's attention. All the young men were jealous of Mu Yunshu's luck. Even outsiders sighed to themselves. It was crucial to find the right person. The Nanhai family already recruited Mu Yunlan as their son-in-law. Adding Mu Yunshu to their side, they would become inconceivably powerful in the future. Mu Yunlan and Mu Yunshu would certainly grow into master cultivators as long as they didn't die unexpectedly. As cultivators from Four Corner Village, they were born with the perfect great path. Amazing! Ling stared in that direction and said quietly, Even though she didn't think well of Muyan Shu, she had to admit that he was brilliant like the Son of God at this moment. I will definitely be better than him. Tai Tu glared at Muyan Shu and said with grim determination. Yi Futian was tickled by Tai Tu's teenage spirit. He cracked a smile and said, "You certainly will." Then he took a scan around, wondering what kind of power brought this world into being and why he could see everything here. Chapter 2101, Reality and Illusion. Muyan Shu was on one side of the divine nation, while someone else was on the other side. There was another splendid picture on display over there. It seemed like a starry dimension where a godlike shadow manifested himself. He stood on the back of a giant divine ape from the starry sky of ancient times. Together, they conducted themselves in a stately and majestic manner, which made the godlike figure on the divine ape's back even more regal. He looked like the king of the starry sky. Yi Futian came to the realization that it was probably also one of the 7 Lord Protectors. Sher family in Four Corner Village inherited this technique. A young man from the Sher family was standing there right now. Out of the 7 divine techniques, 4 of them were in possession of 4 different families: Muyan family, Sher family, Gu family, and Tai family. In fact, Blind Tai was the only one in the Tai family who possessed the technique. The villagers had been treating him differently ever since he lost his vision and came back to the village. Many people believed that the Tai family would be replaced sooner or later. It all depended on whether Blind Tai's son, Tai Tu, was blessed with the technique. Even though some people might come by some other cultivation opportunities, no one outside of the 4 families was endowed with the divine techniques. Yi Futian stood in place and quietly watched everything, pondering what kind of power brought this world into being. He released wisps of energy from his body, and his eyes started to glow with eerie divine light as if he was trying to see through this world. At this moment, the world became much clearer to him. Yi Futian sensed that this seemingly illusory world was actually quite real. The energy of the Great Path was perfect, and it really seemed to be a world set up by the ancient gods. The villagers believed that only people who were blessed by gods could acquire cultivation opportunities here. Yi Futian supposed that it was because the blessed ones were compatible with the Great Path here. That was why they could see some of the scenes of the Great Path and gain cultivation opportunities from those. Common folks couldn't sense anything happening here because their minds were not matched with the Great Path. Nevertheless, why did this world only appear every 4 years on the day of sacrificial rites named by the villagers? This world would materialize every 4 years on the day of sacrificial rites, cover the village, and bring some people into the space world. Yi Futian looked around and said, "Let me go up and have a look." Then he soared into the sky and kept heading upward until he was high above this world. His bright eyes looked down as though he was trying to fathom the mystery of this world. He saw plenty of extraordinary phenomena, including the divine hammer of the Protector, the picture of the domineering golden pung bird, the god riding the divine ape of the starry sky, and numerous doors of spacey Futian assumed that he would be able to see all the cultivation opportunities of the 7 divine techniques. What exactly were the villagers blessed with? Soon, Yi Futian's gaze focused on a tree that was swaying gently and quietly in the wind. It was only around 3 meters in height, not particularly tall or thick. No one else would pay attention to such an ordinary and inconspicuous tree. Nonetheless, Yi Futian noticed that wisps of energy were flowing from the tree to the earth. Yi Futian moved toward the tree like a flash of lightning. Soon, he landed in front of the tree. Although Xia Qingyuan and the others were surprised by Yi Futian's action, they walked in his direction. Yi Futian stood in silence in front of the ancient tree, watching its branches and leaves swaying in the breeze and making a rustling sound. He couldn't sense its magic even when he was right in front of it. However, he doubted that an ordinary tree would appear in the world of the ancient divine nation for no reason. Besides, this seemed to be the only tree here. Plants were also a form of life. This ancient tree was virtually the only living thing in this world. Yi Futian watched the slow and rhythmical movements of the ancient tree. Wisps of energy, along with his divine consciousness, flowed out of his body and slipped into the ancient tree. When Yi Futian's energy of the great path penetrated the ancient tree, the tree swayed a little harder as though it was reacting to the invader. Invisible waves spread out, and the ancient tree was growing. Soon, it became over 100 meters tall with a much denser canopy that was swinging non-stop. With some rustling sounds, the branches of the tree suddenly started moving and attacking Yi Futian frantically. The gentle ancient tree became infuriated without warning. Yi Futian quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. But the ancient tree was so fast that it swept through the entire area in a split second. No one was swift enough to escape. Yi Futian was engulfed in no time. Yi Futian was taken by surprise. The ancient tree swallowed him and tied him up with its plant stems. It injected energy into his body as though it was going to dissolve and absorb him. At this point, Xia Qingyuan and the others also arrived. They were staggered by the change of events. Beigong Ao and Chen immediately stepped ahead. They blasted the ancient tree with fierce divine thunder and slashed it with a sword of light, but nothing could tame the tree. Uncle Yi, Little Ling, and Tai Tu also ran forward with a worried look on their faces. "What the heck is this?" Chunyi said. The dazzling divine light burst out of his body didn't have any effect on the ancient tree. Yi Futian began to have a vague feeling that the ancient tree attempted to occupy his body. He unleashed a jolt of terrifying energy and illuminated the area overtaken by the ancient tree. In the meantime, he released his world tree spirit to strike back at the ancient tree. The two types of energy intertwined with each other. A spot of light came into Yi Futian's sight. Yi Futian felt like the light spot contained life and was the spirit of the tree. The ancient divine tree had become sentient. The light spot charged directly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian exerted all of his spiritual will to release the three types of power of the great emperor simultaneously. Blood surging in his veins, he shot out 3 rays of divine light and surrounded the spirit of the tree. For beams of divine light twisted together and gave off a blinding glare. Yi Futian saw many pictures within the light spot. The spirit of the tree was very likely to be endowed with a wisp of God Sifang's spiritual will and became a living thing. It was supporting this world. Yi Futian never thought that he would fight against the spirit of a tree. He couldn't afford to be careless. His 3 beams of divine light transfigured into 3 different power of intent and bombarded the spirit of the tree, which was overwhelmed after some time. At this moment, the vines and stems that were binding Yi Futian's body disappeared instantly. Qin Yi and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Yi Futian was still standing in front of the ancient tree as if he was merged with the tree. He opened his eyes, raised his head, and stared at the leaves, through which he saw the whole picture of this world. He also noticed something else. There was an illusory world underneath this area. For Corner Village and many of its villagers were trapped inside the illusory world and couldn't get in. Yi Futian only understood until now that Four Corner Village was the unreal world, and this space, which only appeared every 4 years, was the real world. The discovery and realization astonished Yi Futian. Everyone in the village was living in an illusory world without knowing. Did that mean that only people who had the spirit root and were capable of experiencing awakening could enter the real world? That might be why the master could predict who could cultivate and who could not. Even if the people who couldn't cultivate on their own accord, it would only be a dream that happened in an unreal world. Numerous pictures came into Yi Futian's view, one after another. Then he saw another leaf that looked like a mirror. An old man with an ethereal quality appeared in the mirror. The old man seemed to be looking at Yi Futian as well. Their gaze crossed. Yi Futian had never seen the old man before, but he already knew he was the master of Four Corner Village. Master. Yi Futian transmitted a wisp of spiritual will over. The master nodded slightly in the mirror as if he received Yi Futian's message. This is the real world. Yi Futian wanted to confirm his conjecture. The old man nodded again. What should I do? Yi Futian asked. At this point, he didn't know what his next step should be anymore. He had no choice but to seek advice from the old man. Let them see the real world. A voice rang in Yi Futian's head. Yi Futian pondered for a moment and nodded, said, I understood. The master was sitting quietly in the private school of Four Corner Village. He gazed into the distance. Did the chosen one finally come to the village? He looked in the direction of the village. In an instant, the sky glowed brilliantly, and the villagers woke up with a start. They were astounded by the splendid scene that seemed to have enveloped the village. This is the world of the divine nation, someone exclaimed. The cultivators who had been there during the past day of sacrificial were also wondering what was going on. As always, many people from the village could step into the world of the divine nation and gain cultivation opportunities there when it was revealed on the day of sacrificial rites. At this moment, however, the restriction was lifted and every villager could enter the world of the divine nation. What did it mean? A lot of people could feel their hearts pounding rapidly in the chests. Blind Tai in the blacksmith shop raised his head as though he could see the world with his blind eyes. The hammer in his hand fell on the ground. Old Ma stood outside of the yard. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly reminded him of the glowing sky on the first day Yi Futian and his friends entered the village. Chapter 2102. Expel. The villagers all walked out of their houses and stared at the extraordinary phenomenon in front of them. The divine light of the great path shone from the sky, and the ancient divine nation manifested itself. Even though they were still inside the village basking in the divine light seemed more unreal to them at this moment. It felt like they had always been living in an illusory world. A lot of people whispered to each other, discussing the marvel in front of their eyes. Someone spoke out, did our ancestors and the ancient gods create this miracle? Several top cultivators were ruminating. They had never seen such marvelous spectacle before. Did this mean that the two worlds would officially become one from now on? People from Four Corner Village are descendants of the Four Corner Divine Nation and have the blood of gods running through our veins. Our ancestors have protected us for millions of years. Many people of every generation are endowed with talents for cultivation. It is all because we reside in a special place and are blessed by our ancestors. We can obtain cultivation opportunities on the day of sacrificial rites every 4 years. Now, the relic of the divine nation manifested itself directly and became a real world. Does that mean that more and more villagers will gain awakenings in the future, and everyone in the village will be able to cultivate? An old man muttered quietly. He seemed to know a lot about the history of the village. It was their fervent hope that their speculation was true. In that case, the Four Corner Village would become more prosperous and influential in the future. For Corner Village already had a splendid history and a rich heritage. After countless generations, most people had lost the ambition to revive their former glory. But some cultivators were not resigned yet. Not only did they want to leave the village themselves, but they were also eager to open Four Corner Village up to the world and gain a foothold in the outer realms. The more knowledge they acquired, the stronger this desire grew. The families that inherited the divine techniques were great examples. The Muyun family had already secured a place for themselves outside of the village. Muyun Lan was a well-respected son-in-law of the Nanhai family in the upper third heaven of the Shangqing domain in the outer realms. Let's go ask the master, someone suggested. That's right. Let's go to ask the master what is happening. More people concurred. A large number of villagers started marching toward the private school right away. At this point, however, a voice rang out from the direction of the private school. There is no need to come. If this scene lasts, more people in Four Corner Village will discover their talents for cultivation. Even people who didn't gain awakenings will be able to cultivate by themselves. The voice reverberated through the village and caused a commotion. A tumult of shouting and discussing broke out. The news came as a bombshell. Nevertheless, some elders also worried that Four Corner Village might attract more attention. Should they let outsiders enter the village when the time came, everything would start over. Would this secluded village become a part of the outer realms in the future? Master, what happened? Did the spirit of our ancestors create this marvel? Someone faced the direction of the private school and asked. Kind of, the master replied. Although it was not a definitive answer, many people were thrilled to hear his response. The ancestors manifested themselves and granted blessings upon Four Corner Village. From now on, everyone in the village would be able to cultivate. In the past, only a small number of people in Four Corner Village could have the opportunities to cultivate. It had been a source of anguish for many people across the generations. They all experienced the same disappointment and resentment in their teenage years. Their offsprings could finally be freed from this pain now. Everyone in the village would be able to cultivate. Not only the villagers who were currently in the village were astonished, but the people who entered the world of the divine nation were also surprised to find out that they had returned. Instead of coming out of the world of the divine nation, the two worlds merged into one, and they could see the rest of the villagers now. What on earth happened? All of them were astounded and couldn't figure out what had happened. The glowing sky blanketed Four Corner Village, and the village was illuminated by the brilliant divine light after the two worlds merged. Futian was still standing next to the ancient tree. He quietly watched everything around him. Because he already knew the truth, he was the only one not taken aback by it. Although Chun-Yi and the others didn't know the exact details, they were certain that it had something to do with Futian. They were quite shocked as well. Uncle Yi, we're back. Tai Tu asked. Yes, Futian nodded. At this moment, a blind man walked toward them and shouted, Tai Tu! Dad. Tai Tu turned around and saw Blind Tai. He said excitedly, Dad, I did it. Good, Blind Tai nodded. By the way, Uncle Yi helped me when Muyun Shu, that Asterisk Shoal, wanted to attack me, said Tai Tu. Even though Blind Tai couldn't see, he seemed to know where Futian stood. He faced him and said, Thank you a lot. It's not a big deal, Futian replied casually. We're back. Little Ling only realized what happened now. Then she cracked a silly smile and greeted Blind Tai, Uncle Tai. Little Ling. Blind Tai nodded at Little Ling. Other villagers were also welcoming their family members. People from the Muyun family walked in the direction of Muyun Shu. Since Muyun Shu was still experiencing his awakening, they stopped and watched him intently. They had high hopes for him. Old Ma came staggering up the street. He said with a smile, Little Ling. Grandpa. Little Ling ran to Old Ma, who grinned and rubbed her head, said, Not bad. Little Ling didn't quite understand what Old Ma meant, but she didn't ask either. Futian was intrigued by Old Ma's arrival. He already knew that Blind Tai used to cultivate. But how did Old Ma hobble all the way here so quickly? Little Tai, you have a successor now. Congratulations, Old Ma said to Blind Tai. Uncle Ma, this boy is still young. Despite his answer, Blind Tai couldn't hide the joy on his face. You need to work harder too. Old Ma rubbed Little Ling's head and said, Me. Little Ling looked up at Old Ma with confusion and grumbled. She couldn't cultivate at all and couldn't see any extraordinary phenomenon in the world of the divine nation. She still didn't understand her grandpa's words. Listen to your Uncle Yi and learn from him, Old Ma added. Little Ling nodded again, cluelessly. A surprised look came over Futian's face. He stared at Old Ma and wondered if he misjudged him. Was this seemingly ordinary old man not what he appeared to be either? If not, how to explain what he just said? Futian vaguely sensed that Old Ma knew something as well. Otherwise, what did he mean when he asked little Ling to learn from Yi Futian? "Let's go. We can chat more when we're back," said Yi Futian. The Divine Nations world was now permanently integrated with Four Corner Village, rather than appearing every 4 years. It meant that nothing here would disappear again, and they didn't need to rush for cultivation opportunities anymore. "All right." Old Ma nodded and said to Blind Tai, "Do you want to have a chat at my place?" "Okay," Blind Tai nodded and answered. Then they began to walk to Old Ma's house. Four Corner Village remained after being merged with the world of the Divine Nation, but everything felt different under the glowing sky. Although Four Corner Village was merged with the world of the Divine Nation, the village still existed. Old Ma took out a bottle of wine after they sat down in the yard. He said, "Old Wong brewed this many years ago. It's been a long time since he passed away, and I didn't want to drink such precious wine. I'm gratified to see the change in the village today. It's a good time to enjoy this." He poured a couple of glasses for Blind Tai, Yi Futian, and the others, then sat down and said, "Everyone in the village will be able to cultivate from now on. More and more excellent cultivators will emerge. How exciting it is. Old Ma, I'll drink one with you." Blind Tai raised his glass to Old Ma. He knew that Old Ma was missing his son. As happy as he was, he couldn't help feeling sad at the same time. "Good." Old Ma nodded and clinked his glass on Yi Futian's too. He smiled and said, "If only this happened a few decades earlier. It's all in the past now. Don't think too much about it," Blind Tai said. "You're right." Old Ma smiled and shook his head. Little Ling was romping around with Tai Tu and said no idea what the grown-ups were talking about. Yi Futian, on the other hand, listened to their conversation carefully. He now realized that Old Ma was not a simple man either. Other villagers also figured out that the relic seemed to be permanent this time. The initial astonishment slowly passed, and many of them returned home. They had plenty of time in the future to explore. While Old Ma and the others were drinking, they were interrupted by a commotion outside. A group of people came into sight outside of the yard. One person said, "Old Ma, excuse us." Then they walked directly into the yard and surveyed Yi Futian and his friends with cold eyes. The head of the group seemed to be in his 40s. His stately manner lent him an intimidating presence. Little Ling and Tai Tu were both nervous, while Little Ling was terrified. It was because they noticed Muyun Shu standing next to the middle-aged man. Apparently these people came because of them. Muyun Shu stared at Yi Futian, his eyes gleaming. He gained another awakening and brought some members of the Muyun family here after he went back home. The middle-aged man was his father and the head of the Muyun family, Muyun Long. "Get out of the village yourselves, and I will let this go," Muyun Long said in an arrogant and domineering tone. Yi Futian and his friends certainly understood who Muyun Long was talking to. He wanted to kick them out of Four Corner Village. Old Ma and Blind Tai put down their wine glasses with a grim expression on their faces. Old Ma was especially displeased. They came to his house and tried to expel his guests. Chapter 2103 The Four Families. Old Ma looked at Muyun Long and said, "You're throwing out my guests in my house. Isn't that inappropriate?" Muyun Long darted Old Ma a disdainful look and said, "Old Ma, I'm already saving your face by not doing it myself. This man attacked my son and the relic of the ancestors of Four Corner Village. How audacious. That's why the Muyun family decides to banish him and his friends on behalf of Four Corner Village. If that's the case, please do me a favor and banish the people standing behind you too. They wanted to attack my son in the relic of the ancestors of Four Corner Village. How audacious. I'm sure the Muyun family is impartial and fair-minded. Why don't you banish them as well and come to talk to me about how your son tried to keep my son from gaining his awakening?" Blind Tai, who was sitting in silence before, suddenly chimed in at this moment. Needless to say, he was referring to the 3 cultivators from the Nanhai family. Nanhai Ching shot Blind Tai glance. Of course, he had heard about Blind Tai and how he stirred up a storm in the outer realms back in the days. Even so, how dare he expel members of the Nanhai family? Blind Tai was indeed hubristic as usual. He didn't know to restrain himself, even after he lost his sight. Mu Yunlong remained calm and looked at Blind Tai. He said, "It was merely a joke between 2 teenage boys, not a real fight. Why did you take it to heart? On the other hand, this outsider undeniably assaulted my son today. This is unforgivable. Old Ma, if you insist on defending your guest and keeping him here, don't blame me for starting a fight." While speaking, Mu Yunlong released wisps of energy from his body to show off his formidable power. It turned out that Mu Yunlong was also an extraordinary cultivator and had ventured into the world in his younger days. He then returned to the village to hide from his enemies and promised the master that he wouldn't go out again. After that, he lived in the village, and his son Mu Yunlong later left the village and killed his old enemies for him. Mu Yunlong had been outside and was well aware of the excitement and adventures out there. Needless to say, he wasn't content with staying in the village. For years, he had been focusing on raising and training Mu Yunshu, his youngest son. In the meantime, he was quite ambitious and allied within the village. Now that four-corner village had transformed, he sensed that the opportunity he was waiting for was finally here. He knew that Four-Corner Village was a famed place of miracles in the Shangqing domain, and he believed that the master was wrong about keeping villagers from leaving this small piece of land. He was not the only villager who was unwilling to be trapped in Four-Corner Village. Many people were imprisoned here and wasted their potential. It was quite a shame. If people of Four-Corner Village could go out into the world, they would surely become an influential force like the upper third heaven of the Shangqing domain. At that time, they would dominate the world and revive the four-corner divine nation their ancestors established. No one would feel oppressed or disgruntled anymore. You think you can represent Four-Corner Village? Yi Futian raised his head and shot Mu Yunlong a look. Like father, like son. No wonder Mu Yunshu was such a haughty and insolent boy. He obviously learned it from his father. Mu Yunshu's attempt to attack Tai Tu was a joke between two teenage boys. Now Mu Yunlong wanted to expel Yi Futian from the village. How was that reasonable? Certainly, it was apparent that Mu Yunlong had no intention to argue with reason in the first place. He was here to pick a fight. However, outsiders were not allowed to fight inside the village. Yi Futian and the others would be put on Mu Yunlong's chopping block. As one of the inheritors of the 7 divine techniques, the Mu Yun family is naturally qualified. You can ask around if you don't believe me, Mu Yunlong boasted loudly. Plenty of people had gathered outside of the yard during their argument. That's right. The Mu Yun family is a pillar of the village and has been taking charge of day-to-day affairs. Mu Yunlong is one of the principals. Of course, he can represent Four-Corner Village, an old man echoed. The old man was right. Despite its small population, Four-Corner Village had many daily matters that needed to be taken care of. The master only focused on teaching students and didn't concern himself with other things in the village. Although the villagers respected the master the most, the 4 families were in charge of managing Four-Corner Village daily. Other than the Mu Yun family, the Shi family, and the Gu family, the Tai family used to be one of the 4. After Blind Tai returned to the village without his sight, the Tai family had been on the wane, and the Fong family took its spot. Although the Fong family didn't inherit any divine technique, they had raised several powerful cultivators in each generation and built a greater reputation in the village. Some youngsters of the Fong family were also cultivating in the outer realms, and were alleged to be rather famous. Even though Mu Yunlong is one of the principals, there are other people who have the same level of authority. He is not the sole decision-maker in Four-Corner Village. Old Ma narrowed his eyes and said, Old Ma, I initially wanted to save your face. Who would have thought that you have no idea how to behave sensibly. Then I have no choice but to ask others to join me, Muyun Long said coldly. Folks, you all heard me. Come in now. Upon hearing his words, several people walked into the yard one after another. Old Ma quickly recognized the familiar faces. The heads of the Shi family, the Gu family, and the Fong family were all here. Shi Kuei of the Shi family was a burly man with intimidating muscles. He looked as if he had infinite strength. Gu Huai of the Gu family was tall and slender. He was dressed in black and had a gloomy and sinister look which gave off a danger. Fong Gai of the Fong family was a man wearing extravagant clothes. Yi Futian had already met him when his grandson Fong Siyuan had a short encounter with Little Ling when Yi Futian arrived at the village. Everyone seems to be in a leisurely mood. The village just experienced dramatic change. Yet somehow you all have time to visit my humble home, Old Ma said slowly. Since the two worlds have merged and stabilized, everyone in the village will be able to have a chance to cultivate in the future. We don't have to rush into action now. I came over to have a look when I heard about the dispute here, Fong Gai said with a smile. If that's the case, what do you think of Muyun Long's decision? Blind Tai asked in a cold tone. The crowd watched them in silence. Fong Gai cracked a smile and said, Of course. It's not right. Stunned, many people stared at Fong Gai in confusion. Even Muyun Long turned around slowly and focused his gaze on Fong Gai. He narrowed his eyes slightly with displeasure. Fong Gai was never at odds with Muyun Long in the past. He had always been a yes man, and his son was cultivating outside of the village. However, he opposed Muyun Long in public. What did he mean? Fong Gai, what's not right? Muyun Long questioned him in a forceful voice. Old Ma and Blind Tai have explained it clearly. Muyun Shu was the one who tried to pick a fight with Tai Tu. Muyun Shu has always been a bully. We all live in the same village, and it's not a big deal to exercise some forbearance on usual occasions. But he is not a child anymore. Doesn't he understand that he shouldn't interrupt his peer during the awakening? On top of that, you use it as an excuse to expel other people's guests. That's out of line. Fong Gai replied with a smile. The tension in the yard was almost palpable. Fong Gai's answer might be a little too frank and straightforward. He clearly targeted Muyun Shu and reprimanded him harshly. The villagers all felt quite strange. How was this the same Fong Gai who was always easygoing and smiley? Why did he change all of a sudden? Moreover, he was firing at the Muyun family, which was even more unexpected. Nonetheless, he was telling the truth. Everyone who had studied in the private school knew that Muyun Shu was a bully who enjoyed pushing around other people. He certainly had the ability to do so as well. His parents turned a blind eye to his insolent behaviors because of his exceptional talents. Fong Siyuan, look how righteous your grandpa is, Muyun Shu said to Fong Siyuan, his eyes gleaming with threatening menace. My grandpa is not wrong. You are at fault here. Why did you come to cause trouble for Little Ling's family? Fong Siyuan retorted in an irritated tone. The teenage boys quarreled just like the elders did. Very well. Muyun Long spat out 2 words and didn't continue to argue. Then he looked at Shi Kuei and Gu Huai and asked, What do you two think? Muyun Long felt very assured since the Muyun family was the strongest and the most influential one among the 4. Much to his surprise, Fong Gai challenged his decision right away. Outsiders attacking villagers is unforgivable. I agree to expel them from the village, Gu Huai of the Gu family said in a low voice. The Muyun family and the Gu family both agreed to expel Yi Futian, while Fong Gai opposed. Right now, the Shi family was the only one left. Shi Kuei could decide if Yi Futian could stay in the village. Yi Futian had been sitting in silence, without moving. These people didn't know what the transformation meant for Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they wouldn't waste time squabbling here. I don't think it's appropriate, said Shi Kuei. If we were to banish him, we should kick out the people who tried to attack Tai Tu as well. Then, we can discuss what happened between Muyunshu and Taitu. Sure Kuei believed that the conflict between Taitu and Muyunshu was an internal affair. They should treat everyone equally if they decided to banish the outsiders for starting a fight. Therefore, 2 principals said yes, while 2 said no. Mu Yunlong's face grew grim. He didn't expect Sure Kuei and Fongai to oppose him. "Should we ask the master?" a villager in the crowd asked quietly. They usually sought advice from the master when they couldn't make a decision. Everyone in the village trusted the master's judgment. However, Mu Yunlong had a different idea in mind. He always thought that the villagers relied on the master too much, and it was time for a change. Our ancestors manifested themselves, and the village just went through an extreme transformation. There will be more and more cultivators in Four Corner Village, and things will become even trickier. Master, shouldn't we change our approach accordingly? Mu Yunlong didn't ask the master about Yi Futian or the incident between Taitu and Mu Yunshu. Instead, he wanted to negotiate about the future of Four Corner Village. Chapter 2104, Seeking a Change. Even though Mu Yunlong was not even close to the private school, no one doubted that the master could hear his question. The master was omnipotent in Four Corner Village. In the past, he chose to stay in the private school and devote himself to teaching the youngsters how to cultivate. He intended not to intervene in the affairs of Four Corner Village. But now Mu Yunlong specially asked him if Four Corner Village should adopt a new approach. "What kind of change do you want?" As expected, the master's voice penetrated through the void and answered Mu Yunlong's question with another question. Mu Yunlong's words clearly conveyed the impression that he already had a plan in mind to change Four Corner Village. "Master, you said before that everyone in the village would be able to cultivate in the future. Is that true?" Mu Yunlong asked. "Yes," the master replied. "All the villagers will be able to cultivate, but they may reach different levels in the end, just like everyone in the outer realms." "I understand," Mu Yunlong nodded and said. "But Four Corner Village is blessed by the spirits of our ancestors. More and more extraordinary cultivators will be raised here in the future now that the ancestors have manifested themselves. I believe this to be an opportunity. Our village has brought up plenty of remarkable cultivators, yet we are still isolated and cut off from the world. The villagers have no idea of the scene of bustling activities out there. They can only hear a word or two from the people who had been outside. This is very unfair to the villagers. Since we're given the chance to cultivate now, shouldn't we officially open ourselves up and build a bridge to connect with the outside world? For Corner Village should allow people to come and go at will and no longer be sequestered." While speaking, Mu Yunlong scanned the crowd around him and said, "Folks, what do you all think?" "That's right." A lot of people nodded in agreement. Someone gazed into the distance and said, "Master, Mu Yunlong has a point. It doesn't matter for old guys like us who are halfway to the grave already. But our children are still young. Why should we confine them in this small village when they have a chance to broaden their horizons outside?" "Exactly. I also heard that cultivators have a much longer life expectancy and won't experience aging and illness the same way we do. People who comprehended the Great Path might even live forever." Many people had thought about this, let alone the ones who were already on Mu Yunlong's side. Although the master had unchallenged authority in the village, he was a mysterious man who had lived for an extremely long time. No one even knew which generation he was from. Because the master usually stayed out of the daily affairs and Mu Yunlong had managed Four Corner Village for many years, Mu Yunlong had a great influence on many villagers. These villagers were all of the same mind. "I also agree with Mu Yunlong's idea," said Gu Huai. The head of the Gu family seemed to be in harmony with Mu Yunlong all the time. At this point, the subject of the discussion had shifted away from Yi Futian, which was exactly one of Mu Yunlong's intents. For Corner Village had the potential to gain foremost authority as soon as it opened up to the outer realms. At that time, Mu Yunlong would have a chance to fully control the village. His ambition had grown outside of the village a long time ago. Dealing with Yi Futian and old Ma would be as easy as pie when he reigned over Four Corner Village. As for now, he needed to chip away the master's prestige and authority first. In the meantime, he was also curious to see what the master was capable of. The master was so mysterious and secretive that no one knew anything about him. The crowd fell into a moment of silence after a heated discussion. The master spoke again moments later. What do others think? Mu Yunlong's argument was reasonable, but our four-corner village only exists because of the master's protection. This is eventually the master's decision, Fongai said. Mu Yunlong immediately shot him a cold glance upon hearing him. This B** starred Fongai's response was quite artful. Yi Futian also glanced at Fongai, who was indeed a crafty person. Fongai not only expressed his opinion, but also reconfirmed the master's absolute authority. He obviously didn't believe that Mu Yunlong could challenge the master's position in Four Corner Village. Both the older and the younger generations of the Mu Yun family had been quite capable and domineering. Besides Mu Yunlong, Mu Yunlan and Mu Yunshu possessed great talents as well. Mu Yunlan, in particular, enjoyed a very high status in the outer realms. It was not surprising that Mu Yunlong was eager to extend his influence further. I will listen to the master, too, Shirkuei of the Shir family said. It's up to the master. Other villagers echoed in quick succession and soon reached a consensus. They held no less sway than Mu Yunlong's followers. Mu Yunlong's expression changed a little, but he understood that people's reaction was normal since the master was revered by the villagers for a long time. Most people in the village had their own minds and agenda. More and more villagers would grow disgruntled with the master if he rejected Mu Yunlong's suggestion. Soon, everyone quieted down, waiting for the master's response. At this moment, the master's voice rang out again. All right. The master's reply took Mu Yunlong by surprise. He clearly didn't expect that the master would agree, and he wasn't the only one shocked by this decision. After all, Four Corner Village had been cut off from the world for countless years. They always followed the rules and were used to being secluded. Even though some were eager to go out and see the world, they still had mixed feelings when the master said all right. They were astounded that the master would agree to the proposal. Did it mean that Four Corner Village would open itself up to the world for real from now on? In addition to the villagers, the guests from other forces also had a stunned look on their faces. Was Four Corner Village about to change its ways? They all knew that what happened today would probably have a tremendous effect on the entire Shanxing domain. However, at this moment, no one knew what kind of effect it would be. Silence reigned for a few moments, and then whispers broke out. Everyone began to converse avidly. Are you serious? Mu Yunlong gazed into the distance and asked. Eyes widened. As much he wanted it, he didn't think the master would agree so easily and readily. Was Four Corner Village really going to change? Yes, the master replied. You're right. This is an opportunity indeed. I understand everyone's wish to go outside. Since the ancestors have manifested themselves and the ancient divine nation has merged with Four Corner Village, we might as well make use of this opportunity. Besides, the crowd listened intently. What did the master want to say? I'm aware of the incident just now. Right now, the four families are in charge of the day-to-day affairs in the village. The even number makes it possible to reach a tie when you arbitrate in disputes. Therefore, that should change as well. Ugh. Many people were surprised and Mu Yunlong was sweating. What kind of change did the master mean? Since the opportunity is here, all 7 divine techniques that were passed on by the ancestors will emerge. We need to wait patiently for the 7 divine techniques to find the corresponding descendants. By that time, the 7 families will be able to manage Four Corner Village and pass judgment on important issues together, said the master. Everyone's heart was pounding rapidly. According to the master, all 7 divine techniques passed on by the ancestors would find their descendants. It meant that the other 3 divine techniques would come out as well. It was a significant piece of news for Four Corner Village. Chapter 2105, Fungi. No one had doubts about the master's words. Even Muyun Long didn't suspect the master. The master was always right. The 7 divine techniques would definitely come out since he said so. Did it mean that the 4 families would become the 7 families in the future? Muyun Long felt apprehensive about this possibility. He vaguely sensed that everything was part of the master's plan. Who would the other 3 families be? Would the outsiders get their hands on it? Plenty of outsiders had gained some benefits in the history of Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they wouldn't persist in coming to the village. Even so, it was unlikely for them to inherit the divine techniques. The villagers were descendants of the Four Corner Divine Nation. They were destined to be the inheritors of the divine techniques. More and more people in each generation experienced awakenings. All 7 divine techniques could emerge eventually, but the villagers didn't expect the day to come so quickly. According to the master, it was probably expedited because of the transformation that happened just now. The master stopped talking after that, but his silence didn't bring peace and calm back to everyone's mind. What happened on this day had epic-making significance for Four Corner Village. The master allowed the villagers to make contact with the outer realms. In the meantime, he predicted that all 7 divine techniques would come out soon. Four Corner Village was about to go through a complete change. As for now, no one knew if the change would be for better or for worse. Since the master had spoken, you can go back now, Old Ma said, looking at Muyun Long and the others. 2 out of the 4 families currently in charge of Four Corner Village were opposed to expelling Yi Futian. The master also said that they should wait until all 7 divine techniques had come out to make a decision together. Under such circumstances, Muyun Long couldn't insist on kicking Yi Futian out. Since the master said so, I have no choice but to look forward to witnessing the emergence of the 7 divine techniques, said Muyun Long. Then he turned around and left with the group. The crowd dispersed at once and moved on to keep exploring the mysteries of this new world. The rest of the 3 divine techniques would turn up soon. It was crucial to people living in Four Corner Village. Everyone was fervently expecting the big reveal. What if they happened to be the chosen ones? Many common folks in the village hoped to inherit the divine technique and become powerful cultivators. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't be so eager to make contact with the outer realms and end the seclusion. The locals in Four Corner Village were not the only ones who had their fingers crossed. The cultivators who came from the outer realms also had high hopes. Could they have the chance to inherit the divine techniques? This was an extremely important and probably the biggest opportunity they had ever encountered. No one could foresee what the future held. Many of them had already informed their families and asked them to send more people here. Now that Four Corner Village had officially opened up, cultivators from the outer realms should be able to come in freely, shouldn't they? They had to try at least. Four Corner Village became even more bustling and lively now. After moments of peace that came with the initial shock, the village turned back into a buzzy place teeming with cultivators. They originally thought that they didn't have to rush to seek cultivation opportunities, but now everyone was dreaming of inheriting the divine techniques and wouldn't waste a single moment. However, Yi Futian and the others returned to their relaxed state. They went back to sit around the table. Old Ma and Blind Tai were both calm and composed as well. The Muyun family is becoming more and more absurd, Old Ma said in a low voice. No wonder their son behaves like this. Muyun Shu was a good kid when he was little. Who would have thought that he would grow into a bully? The Muyun family has been quite domineering in recent years. They exert a strong influence in the village and inevitably succumb to hubris and ambition. Someone else next to them said with a smile. Based on what Muyun Long said, he probably wanted to open up Four Corner Village a long time ago. His son is rising to fame in the outer realms. If the village remained closed, his son wouldn't have a chance to visit him. let alone showing off the wealth and power he acquired outside. Of course, Muyunlong wants the village to open up. Old Ma hit the nail on the head and pointed out the most important reason. Fong Gai, you probably want the same thing. Don't say it's not your wish as well. Hey. Fong Gai grinned and said, I already said that I would unconditionally follow the master's guidance. Old Ma glanced at Fong Gai. This man was quite crafty and slippery. Why did you offend Muyunlong in public this time? Old Ma asked. To be fair and just, of course. Fong Gai walked to the table and asked, Can I sit down and have a few drinks with you guys? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Old Ma and Blind Tai. He had been standing by the side for a long time. Yet these two bastards didn't even invite him for a drink. How ungrateful. Sit, said Old Ma. Fong Gai pulled his grandson, Fong Siyuan, to sit alongside him. Fong Siyuan's bright eyes surveyed the people around the table. He didn't fully understand his grandfather's action. Little Ling is getting more beautiful every day. You will surely be a stunner when you grow up. Fong Gai praised Little Ling after taking his seat. Little Ling blinked and looked down in embarrassment. He muttered, Grandpa Fong. What a shy girl, haha. Fong Gai laughed. Fong Siyuan, don't pick on Little Ling again. I didn't pick on her. Fong Siyuan defended himself with frustration. Fong Gai flicked Fong Siyuan on his forehead for talking back. Little Ling hurried to say, Grandpa Fong, Fong Siyuan really didn't pick on me. That's good. Ask Fong Siyuan to play with you more in the future. Fong Gai laughed. Meanwhile, another boy was glaring at him at the moment. Fong Gai noticed Tai Tu's fierce stare and pointed at him. Tai Tu, you should join them too, so you won't be bullied as well. I won't be bullied. Tai Tu raised his chin and said, Ha! Who else was bullied that day by the boy from the Muyun family? Fong Gai joked. My dad didn't allow me to fight back. I'm not afraid of him at all, said Tai Tu. He jerked his head up and said with indignation. Other people couldn't help but laugh. Yi Futian darted a glance at Fong Gai. He was impressed by how quickly Fong Gai acquainted with Little Ling and Tai Tu. The atmosphere became cordial and relaxed at once, as if they had always been good friends. Quit teasing him. Everyone else is out there searching for cultivation opportunities. Why didn't you go? Old Ma asked Fong Gai. The cultivation opportunities are predestined. Since the ancestors manifested themselves, I believe everything is part of a plan. This is not something that can be forced. It all depends on luck, Fong Gai said. My family is not lucky enough. I need to let my grandson absorb some good fortune here. Why are you looking for good fortune in my house? Old Ma said with a scowl on his face. Fong Gai looked at Old Ma with his squinting eyes. He was certain that Old Ma was an old fox trying to hide his good fortune. From what he could see, Old Ma's home was the luckiest place in the entire four-corner village. Old Ma, we have known each other for many years. Why are you so cagey around me? Fong Gai gazed at Old Ma and asked, Muyunlong and I are not the same kind of people, are we? Who knows? Old Ma said. You all be ****starred. Fong Gai cursed in a low voice. What an ingrate. I shouldn't have helped you just now. Skip the nonsense. Just tell me what you want to do. They grew up in the same village and were around the same age. Even Muyunlong was a whole generation younger than them. Therefore, they knew each other very well. Muyunlong is getting more and more outrageous. For Corner Village might be led astray if he remained in power. No one knows what would happen. I will side with you no matter what. Tai Tu basically inherited the divine technique and should have a say, according to the master. Either way, we should make the village our priority, no matter what ulterior motive I may have. Fong Gai said, Since you two don't like me here, I won't overstay my welcome. Then he stood up and left with Fong Siyuan. The rest of the people watched them going away. Little Ling sneaked a peek at Old Ma and said quietly, Grandpa Fong is a good man. Although Fong Gai and Fong Siyuan enjoyed a high status in the village, they had never pushed anyone around. They like to joke around, but never with any malicious intent. I know, but this old fox is hatching a secret plot. Old Ma shot a glance at Yi Futian. Fong Guy didn't say a word to Yi Futian from start to finish. But did he really come here only to visit Old Ma and Blind Tai? Chapter 2106. Do you want to die? In Four Corner Village at the moment, cultivators from everywhere were seeking their own opportunities. Yi Futian and the others were drinking happily. The ease and contentment inside the small courtyard seemed to have no care of what was happening in the outside world, creating a unique scenery of its own. The two kids, Tai Tu and Little Ling, both looked outside from time to time, as if greatly desired to see the excitement out there. Yi Futian looked at them and smiled. Old Ma, let me take them out for a bit. Sounds good, Old Ma nodded. The two teenagers had been expecting it. When they heard Yi Futian's words, they jumped up and ran towards Yi Futian, hand in hand. Little Ling walked up to Yi Futian and held one of his fingers. The three of them went outside together. Uncle Yi, where are we going? Little Ling looked up at Yi Futian and asked. You'll know it when we get there, Yi Futian said with a smile while leading Little Ling, Tai Tu next to them. He looked around curiously and found that the whole village had become very different. Many people seemed to have encountered their opportunities. It seemed that it would be exactly as what the adults had said. In the future, there would be more and more cultivators in the village, and they would become even more powerful. He wanted to go and see for himself. Yi Futian led Little Ling and Tai Tu all the way until they came to the tree. Little Ling and Tai Tu looked at the tree curiously and whispered, Uncle Yi, what kind of tree is this? Path-seeking tree. Yi Futian said, Little Ling, go sit under the tree. Okay. Little Ling nodded, and then sat quietly under the tree. Tai Tu followed along and sat next to her. He raised his head and looked at the tree with curiosity. Close your eyes and feel it quietly. See if you can see anything. Yi Futian stood beside Little Ling and said to her softly. His voice was gentle, floating in Little Ling's mind. The little girl sat there quietly and closed her eyes obediently. After adjusting her body position, she became very still. The ancient tree gently swaying and made a rustling sound. Not far away, there was a group of people coming in this direction. The man in the lead was Lu Qixing of the Lu family. He looked at the tree and could only sense that the tree was somehow different, but could not really discern how it was different. Lu Qixing saw Yi Futian and Little Ling and looked at them curiously. The little girl and Tai Tu both sat quietly. After a while, Tai Tu opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Yi Futian made a gesture to silence him. Tai Tu scratched his head, glanced at Little Ling, who was next to him, and understood what Yi Futian meant. So he resisted the urge to speak. The leaves fell down from the swaying ancient tree and landed on Little Ling. It was as if invisible air currents were flowing into her body. Gradually, Little Ling entered into a state of wonder. She felt as if she was not sitting there, but floating in the air. Countless radiant divine glory covered her body as she entered into another space. It's so beautiful. Little Ling was amazed. She saw a number of gorgeous golden doors appearing in different directions, as if these golden doors were presenting themselves to her. In the sky above this space, a golden glow came down from the heavens and landed on Little Ling. For a time, Little Ling was shrouded in that magnificent glow. Yi Futian looked up and saw that a golden door of space appeared faintly in the sky above the temple. It was the glow from there that fell on Little Ling. At this moment, Yi Futian understood certain things. It turned out that Little Ling was also a villager who could be awakened to inherit the 7 great divine techniques. It seemed that Old Ma might have known something about that. He felt that Old Ma's appearance was rather deceiving. Yi Futian had seen one of the 7 great divine techniques was hidden in the sky above, but he didn't know who it belonged to. He brought little Ling to cultivate here because he wanted to see what kind of talent she might have and what kind of power she could inherit. He didn't expect it to be the divine method of the space. Little Ling's body floated and came to the void. It was as if she was being sucked inside the Golden Gate. At the same time, in different places inside this space, many people felt a strange fluctuation. However, they couldn't see exactly what was there. They were shocked to find little Ling's body shifting in space, appearing in different directions continuously. That's little Ling. Is she about to be awakened? Voices came one after another as everyone in Four Corner Village focused their attention yonder. Little Ling was determined by the teacher as someone who could not cultivate, and now she might actually be inheriting extraordinary abilities. Could it actually be the divine technique? After all, the teacher had said not long ago that the 7 great divine techniques would be revealed soon. It was hard not to make some conjectures about it. Such a strong spatial force fluctuation. Some outside cultivators looked over there and commented. It was possible that another divine technique was about to reveal itself. In another direction were the people of the Muyun family. Muyang Long and Muyun Shu looked up at the figure in the void, and neither of them looked pleased. Not so long ago, they had gone to Old Ma's house to drive them away. Now, little Ling was about to awaken. Damn it! Muyang Long cursed silently. His expression remained indifferent. His eyes swept toward the distance. It was as if he had seen Yi Futian, who was standing underneath the tree. His eyes were extremely cold. Could it really be, as he had worried, that this person was someone with extraordinary luck? Muyang Long had seen the red maples bloomed all over on that day, and it was only because of the conflict that he tried to chase Yi Futian away. He was just a little concerned. And now, it seemed that his concern was fast becoming a reality. Moments later, little Ling's body returned underneath the ancient tree, and she sat there quietly, shrouded in the glow. From the void downward, it was as if all these doors poured directly into her. A beautiful vision now formed behind little Ling. Shadows flickered in this direction. From a distance, they saw the 3 under the tree. Yi Futian and 2 young people formed a beautiful, serene picture. The people in the village were a little surprised. When little Ling took Yi Futian to her house as he first entered the village, no one in the village thought it was a good idea. But now that little Ling had received the opportunity of a lifetime, they knew that this might have something to do with Yi Futian. So, did it mean that this white-haired young man was a man of great luck? Nonetheless, a group of men walked toward the tree, including people from the Muyun family. They could feel that the tree was unusual. Would they have a greater chance of awakening by comprehending here? Tai too took a step forward, but did not speak. He stood there with his arms open, not allowing anyone else to cross and disturb little Ling. Get out of the way. Some outsider chided him and continued forward. However, Yi Futian glanced at the person as an invisible pressure enveloped the man, causing him to stop in his tracks. He turned his attention to Yi Futian. Tai Tu, what are you doing? A voice was heard as Muyang Long and the others walked over to the boy. The person next to him reached out and tried to grab Tai Tu. However, in the next moment, that man's hand was imprisoned by the hand of another. He struggled a bit, but saw that the other's hand had a firm grip on his arm. His expression changed as soon as he raised his head and saw the man standing in front of him. The man's eyes were hollow and without light. He was blind. It was Blind Tai. His arms weren't covered by sleeves, so his perfect bronze muscles could be plainly seen, full of power. Blind Tai flung his arm forward, and the man stumbled backward several steps. Blind Tai took a step forward and blocked him. Though he couldn't see with his eyes, he seemed to see everyone. He stood there like a statue. It was as if no one could get past him. Many stared at the blind man. Once upon a time, when Blind Tai returned to the village, his life was hanging by a thread, and he was dying. He was blinded, but it was the teacher who saved his life. After that, the blind man worked quietly blacksmithing and had never displayed his strength to anyone. It had been the way he was for a dozen years. No one knew Blind Tai's true strength now, or how much ability he had been able to recover from the damage he suffered before. But what they saw in front of them shocked everyone. By simply standing there, Blind Tai actually made everyone feel an invisible pressure. It seemed as if there was an impassable barrier. "How dare you!" Nan Haiqing took a step forward and rushed toward Blind Tai. Blind Tai raised his arm when Nan Haiqing came close, and all anyone saw was just the flicking of a phantom. Bang! The sound was heard when Nan Haiqing, the proud son of the Nanhai family and a well-known genius talent in the outside world, was slammed to the ground. Blind Tai bowed his legs as his arms clasped Nan Haiqing's neck, pressing him firmly to the ground. He chided him with spite, an outsider raising his hand inside the village. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 2107. Who's to be expelled? Nan Haiqing was pressed against the ground and couldn't move. His breathing was rapid, and the aura upon his body was erratic, but it was so disorganized that he could not gather them into any usable form. His face was flushed red because of the stifling, his eyes fixed on the muscular body in front of him as he was firmly held in place. As an existence of Middle Ren Huang and a genius talent belonging to the Nanhai family, his position was lofty in the outside world. However, at the moment, he was suffering the worst humiliation of his life. No one could imagine his current state of mind. However, those around him had a different take. More than the shock of Nan Haiqing's humiliation, they were more astonished by Blind Tai's show of strength. Especially for those cultivators from the outside, for Corner Village had always been a mysterious place. The village did not produce many powerful people, but each one of them was strong beyond terrifying. Back then, this Blind Tai was also a well-known figure. But then, the man became blind and returned to the village. Over time, he was forgotten by the world, and his existence was only a faint memory. However, the person that Blind Tai humiliated was Nan Haiqing, a Ren Huang cultivator of the 6th realm with perfect great path. Blind Tai was able to render him completely without resistance, so much so that Nan Haiqing's power of the great path was unable to condense and take form. The power possessed by Blind Tai was not inconsiderable. Perhaps this genius talent of the Nanhai family had never suffered such humiliation like this before. Those from the outside had their concerns and wouldn't act so boldly. But the people inside Four Corner Village was another story. The villagers themselves were stunned as well. Blind Tai had been striking iron in the shop all these years and no longer displayed any of his powers anymore. When he returned to the village, he was blind and on the verge of death. The teacher saved him and gave him his life back, but many speculated that he might have lost his cultivation in the process. They never expected that he was still so powerful. The teacher was truly amazing to have saved Blind Tai and restore his strength to the same level as it was before. "Blind Tai, you've gone mad." When Nan Haiqing was taken down, Mu Yunlong took a step forward, and the aura of the great path exploded fiercely from him. He rushed towards Blind Tai, rousing a great gust of wind around them so that everyone in the distance retreated quickly. Mu Yunlong, the head of the Mu Yun family, was a mighty man himself. Blind Tai raised his head and faced Mu Yunlong, saying coldly, "Mu Yunlong, you tout yourself as one of the people in charge of Four Corner Village, but you are condoning an outsider to violate the rules of the village, allowing him to raise a hand against people inside our village." Mu Yunlong's face was austere. The ironclad rule for the village had always been that outsiders were not allowed to fight inside the village, let alone take action against the people inside the village. The village has changed, and the relics have merged with Four Corner Village. The teacher has agreed to the changes and allowed Four Corner Village to have contact with the outside world. Naturally, some of those staled rules will need to be revised as well. Under these circumstances, it is hard not to have some conflict. Mu Yunlong continued coldly. Don't forget that the people behind you had also tried to move against my son, Mu Yunshu. I wanted to chase him out of the village, but remember how I was stopped? Mu Yunlong, who was the one who raised his hand first. At this time, old Ma came over and said, Your son instructed outsiders to move against Tai Tu, and not only did you not chastise Mu Yunshu, but aided him in expelling the others. Once again, it's a guest of the Mu Yun family who wants to break the rules. I know Mu Yunlan's name rang throughout the world outside, and he's also the son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Therefore, the Mu Yun family is no longer focused on the welfare of Four Corner Village. How could us villagers be as valuable in your eyes as the people from the Nanhai family? Mu Yunlong stared at the old Ma, and so did everyone else in the village. There were conflicts between the two parties again, and it's Mu Yunlong and old Ma's family. This time, no one expected that little Ling would be the one to inherit the divine techniques. Perhaps Mu Yunlong was a tad too anxious when he saw what had happened, causing the Nanhai family to take part in the action. However, no one expected Blind Tai to be such a powerful interceptor. In my opinion, Mu Yunlong, you are too selfish. You only care about the interests of outsiders and not the welfare of the village. You and Mu Yunshu should be expelled from Four Corner Village. Old Ma said nonchalantly. This immediately made the heartbeats of everyone inside the village skip a beat. Exile Mu Yunlong from Four Corner Village. Do you know what you are talking about? Mu Yunlong stared at old Ma. Expel his family from Four Corner Village. The Mu Yun family enjoyed great status in Four Corner Village, and he was now the unofficial head of the four great families inside the village. How dared old Ma talk about expelling him? This time on the day of the sacrifice, Tai Tu and little Ling had received the opportunity to awaken, thus inheriting the technique of their ancestors and honoring our village. This should have been a great joy in the village, but Mu Yunlong was envious of their fortune and tried to intervene twice to stop Tai Tu and little Ling, directly undercutting the interests of this village. The Mu Yun family is no longer worthy of staying in the village. Teacher, please decide, old Ma said as he put his hands together. It appeared that he was quite serious and was not just venting. He really wanted to drive out the Mu Yun family. Those foreign principalities were disturbed by these allegations, for Corner Village had long been isolated from the world, and the people inside the village must have accumulated some deep-seated grievances. It seemed that the conflict this time had brought out this dissatisfaction, and the two sides were now completely at an impasse. I agree. Blind Tai let go of Nanhai Ching as he seconded the suggestion, facing the teacher. People from the Mu Yun family had tried to move against his son before. This time they aimed little Ling, and he and old Ma were completely fed up. He couldn't fault old Ma for being so angry. The 7 great divine techniques belonged to Four Corner Village. Anyone, as long as they were villagers, all had the opportunity to inherit the divine techniques. Tai, Tu, and little Ling to inheriting the divine techniques ought to be the pride of the Four Corner Village. But what did the Mu Yun family do? Instantly, many people inside Four Corner Village were whispering, talking, and pointing at Mu Yunlong. If it weren't for Mu Yunlong's attempt to drive Yi Futian away, they still wouldn't know what happened on the day of the sacrifice when Mu Yunshu wanted to do something to Tai Tu. But this time, many had seen it with their own eyes, and it was indeed the guests of the Mu Yun family who wanted to sabotage little Ling's awakening. This, indeed, upset many in the village. A closer look at Mu Yunlong's behavior, and thinking carefully back over the years, he had always considered the interests of his family first, not the interest of the village. They had not thought much about it before, but old Ma's words had awakened many people. After all, they were simple villagers who would never think much about matters like this. Aware of the talking and pointing behind him, Mu Yunlong's expression was not so good. This was the first time he was scolded by so many villagers, Those whispers began to express dissatisfaction with him. He didn't expect the situation to end up like this. I have said before that Four Corner Village must solve the problems in the village on its own. Since it can't be decided, we must wait until after the 7 great divine techniques have been revealed, so the heirs of the 7 families may decide together. This way, the will of the Four Corner Village would be properly represented. Far into the distance, an elusive voice was heard by everyone. Now that Tai Tu and Little Ling had both awakened, the Tai family would become one of them, together with Little Ling and the Fong family. That was already 3 families. Previously, the Shi family also supported Yi Futian, which meant that the balance inside the village had already begun to shift. If the Shi family were also dissatisfied with the Muyun family, the possibility to expel Muyun Long would become very real. Of course, the teacher said that all 7 great divine techniques would have to be revealed, so there was a possibility that the Fong family may be replaced, but no one knew who would be the replacement. However, judging from the teacher's words, it was not hard to fathom that the ending must not be far off, especially after Little Ling's awakening. This school of thought was even stronger. All the other divine techniques would be revealed and find their heirs. It seems that Old Ma was correct this time in finding Yi Futian, who must be a man of great luck. It seems that it was he who brought Little Ling along. Many people looked at Yi Futian and made the connections secretly in their hearts. As for the outsiders, since Four Corner Village is in an unusual time now, they won't interfere. But there is only one thing. I won't tolerate outsiders attacking the villagers of Four Corner Village. As the voice fell, terrifying coercion dropped from the sky. The hearts of many skipped a beat as they felt that majestic coercion of the great path. Furthermore, as to what directions to take towards the outside world in the future, the 7 will decide after the 7 great divine techniques have been revealed, the teacher continued. Still, he didn't get involved. Everything would follow the will of the Four Corner Village. Chapter 2108. Searching. Muyun Long didn't look so good. Although the teacher remained neutral, he had an ominous feeling about this recent turn of events. It was as if everything was, as the teacher expected, including his thoughts, could not escape the discerning eyes of the teacher. He was like a god overlooking all of Four Corner Village, omnipotent, and everything was under his control. These thoughts crossed Muyun Long's mind because he believed that, with his current level of cultivation and the status of the Muyun family inside and outside the village, there shouldn't be another godlike existence above him. He wanted to see how far he could go. His first step was to open up the Four Corner Village, so that it was no longer limited to this little corner of the world, but would truly dominate the territory it was in and lord over this land. For Corner Village, located on an extremely barren continent, and was completely different from all other continents he had ever seen. In the upper 9th heaven, those continents were so prosperous that, in comparison, the Four Corner continent didn't even seem to exist. After he opened up the connections, he wanted to be like those top outside forces, to turn this continent into a place of extreme prosperity. For Corner Village ought to be worshipped and revered by all the cultivators. But until now, he felt as if he was still under the shadow of the teacher. Not long ago, he had thought that this would be a great opportunity for him. But now, it seemed that he was still under the control of the teacher. The 7 great divine techniques would all be revealed eventually. If Yi Futian Old Ma and the others were to control the advantage, it would be him that would be expelled by Yi Futian, not the other way around. In the past, this was something that he had never considered before, but now it was something he had to face. Furthermore, when Lao Ma asked the teacher to expel him, something impossible to even think of in the past, the teacher did not outright refuse his suggestion. Instead, he said that the heirs of the 7 great divine techniques would decide. What did that imply? The teacher did not negate the possibility. When Muyun Long considered all this, he became quite aggravated. He raised his head to look at Nan Haiqing, who was in front of him. Although blind Tai had let go of him, a strong sense of anger and humiliation lingered on Nan Haiqing. Traces of aura surged, but were suppressed by him as he did not dare to strike back. A guest of the Muyun family was humiliated so publicly. Everything seemed to undergo a subtle change, and Four Corner Village was on the precipice of transformation. This seemed to be what he was asking for, and yet many cultivators were coming this way. But no one acted impulsively anymore. They kept looking at Little Ling and the tree, unsure what was so amazing about this tree. At this time, rays of divine light poured into Little Ling's body. She wiggled as she opened her eyes, blinking. She looked up at Yi Futian and said, "Uncle Yi, it looks like I can cultivate." "Well, you can," Yi Futian nodded. "But the teacher had said that I couldn't cultivate. So could I or couldn't I?" Little Ling seemed to ponder the instructions given by the teacher. In the village, if the teacher decided one couldn't cultivate, it was the end of the matter. "Have you forgotten that there is a chance for awakening on the day of the sacrifice? Little Ling herself has great luck as well. You couldn't cultivate before, but after experiencing the awakening, you will be able to cultivate from now on," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Is that so?" Little Ling blinked, already believing Yi Futian's words with all her heart. She looked at Old Ma and Blind Tai next to him. Old Ma cheerily said, "Uncle Yi is right. You have already experienced an awakening so that you can cultivate in the future. You forgot that the teacher said not long ago that even if there were no awakening, the village is not the same as it was before. Everyone can cultivate." "Yes." Little Ling scratched her head with a silly smile on her face. "Little Ling, we can cultivate together now." Next to her, Tai Tu smiled happily. Little Ling nodded. "From now on, we can all study and learn from the teacher," Tai Tu said. Little Ling looked at Yi Futian with a brilliant smile, full of simple contentment. "Thank you, Uncle Yi," said Little Ling. Yi Futian rubbed her head and smiled casually, but his mind drifted. He thought that perhaps only the teacher and himself truly understood the truth behind the changes that were taking place in Four Corner Village. They were the only ones who knew that the 7 great divine techniques would be revealed eventually. Now that Little Ling had inherited the divine technique, he was on his way to find the next heir of the divine technique. At this time, many people came to the tree. After Little Ling finished cultivating, no one was stopped from approaching it. Lu Qixing was dapper and gentlemanly. He glanced at the tree and thought that he had felt the tree was extraordinary but difficult to grasp. He looked at Yi Futian and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "Lu Qixing from Shangqing Domain." "Yi Futian." Yi Futian responded. Lu Qixing was being so polite so that he couldn't be overly arrogant. "I want to inquire if Emperor Yi had comprehended the mystery of this divine tree?" Lu Qixing asked. "This tree is peculiar and connected to this space, but I haven't comprehended its secrets yet." Yi Futian responded with a smile. Clearly this was not the truth. But how could he tell a total stranger everything? Lu Qixing did not fully believe what Yi Futian told him. He suspected that Yi Futian might have comprehended some mysteries of the tree. Otherwise, he would not be bringing Little Ling to cultivate under it. Of course, he wouldn't divulge things of this nature to him. "Brother, Yi seems to be a person of great luck," Lu Qixing commented. Since many said that his luck was unparalleled, they believed it was him who caused these visions. But now, it appeared that it might not have been the case. Yi Futian had entered the village around the same time he did, and they both had passed through the same passageway. Then, could the visions on that day caused by Yi Futian? And he wasn't the only one who had doubts. Many people now thought of the same thing. After all, luck often went hand in hand with chance. Yi Futian helped Little Ling to awake to a divine technique that had never been revealed before. Such chance was a manifestation of luck. When Yi Futian entered the village, it was Little Ling who chose him. Yi Futian. At this time, a beautiful woman stepped toward Yi Futian. Her eyes fastened on him as she whispered, "In the year 1005, one of the divine prefecture calendar, the Donghua banquet was hosted by the chief of Donghua domain, well attended by its cultivators. At the Donghua banquet, a man went undefeated and whose thundering reputation was known throughout the world. The man called himself Yi Liunyan, but later it was rumored that his real name was Yi Futian. As powerful figures in Shanqing domain, clearly some had heard about the news regarding Donghua banquet. But years later, and Ruosu still remembered a man who appeared at Donghua banquet at the time. According to reliable sources, that man's talent was equivalent to that of Ninghua, the number 1 genius talent of Donghua domain. And Ruosu was extremely dedicated to following the happenings in the cultivation world and paying attention to the top figures from everywhere. She didn't just limit her attention to those in Shanqing domain and top figures in other domains. That was how she had heard of Yi Futian's name. As her voice faded, all eyes were on Yi Futian. Someone had speculated whether Yi Futian was from the domain chief's manor, from Donghua domain. Now it seemed that it was very likely that he was someone selected by the Donghua domain chief's manor. They seemed to be waiting for Ruosu to continue, so she said, "However, this genius talent offended all the major forces, even the domain chief's manor, and became a wanted fugitive. At the time, a battle exploded in Donghua domain. The domain chief and several other masters went to war, and the Millet Emperor fought against the 3 of them with the watchtower at his back. Many trembled when they heard her words. He had ignited the war between major forces. I have heard about this as well. I didn't expect that the main character in that event at Donghua banquet would show up in Shanqing domain's four-corner village." A young man, who was also a top figure in Shanqing domain, spoke up. He had heard about that great battle, but he didn't expect that one day he would have interaction with them. It appeared that this man might indeed be the one who caused the visions that day. The villagers chattered. They didn't expect this man to have such a famous history. Old Ma had the foresight to pick someone with great luck. Yi Futian merely smiled. "I came to Four Corner Village to find opportunities as well. As for those other things, they are not so important." As he was speaking, he nodded slightly to Enrosu. Then he instructed Little Ling and Tai Tu. "This tree is extraordinary. Comprehend carefully under this tree, and see if you can gain anything more from it." Tai Tu and Little Ling both nodded and sat down obediently. Yi Futian sat with them as well, eyes closed, and appeared to be resting. His divine consciousness seemed to merge with the ancient tree as traces of his consciousness spread and expanded. In his mind, everything in this space was crystal clear, even the fluctuations of the aura. In the village, not far from them, several people were looking at him. Yi Futian knew the man, Fongai, who was in the lead. He had left quite an impression on Yi Futian. Fong Siyuan stood next to Fongai. Wisps of aura came out from the youth, as if in resonance with this space. "So that's it," Yi Futian exclaimed silently. Fong Siyuan's luck was incredibly strong. All he needed was a chance. Could it be that Fongai already knew that? He continued to look at other places. In the lively village at this moment, he saw a lonely figure squatting under the bridge of the village, playing with the rocks by the river. It was as if the hustle and bustle of the village had nothing to do with him. The boy was very young, about as old as Little Ling. He wore tattered clothes. It was as if no one had cared for him. He squatted by himself under the stone bridge, looking a little lonesome. However, Yi Futian detected traces of extraordinary aura from him. At this moment, Yi Futian vaguely understood how the teacher was able to determine whether or not a person had the potential to cultivate. Chapter 2109. His intention to accept a disciple. Yi Futian opened his eyes and gazed across the land. There were 7 major divine techniques. Now, in addition to Little Ling's, the village already mastered 5 divine techniques. namely the Muyan family, Tai family, Shi family, Gu family, and Little Ling, adding on the 2 techniques encountered by Feng Xiyuan and that youth. All 7 major divine techniques had been found. They appeared in the village at the same time. "I'll go for a walk around the village," Yi Futian said in a low voice. He then walked away. The others still stood below the ancient tree, comprehending the way and cultivating. Many of them had some epiphanies in cultivation. However, no one sensed the existence of divine techniques. Master Yi. Right then, a silhouette appeared before Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the figure blocking his way. It was Feng Gai from the Feng family. Before this, he was one of the persons in charge of Four Corner Village. Not long ago, he had helped Yi Futian, disagreeing with Muyan Long wanting to banish Yi Futian. Feng Gai was also the earliest person to speculate that Yi Futian might be an extraordinary figure. He had asked Little Ling about Yi Futian before. "Head of Feng family," Yi Futian greeted as he nodded his head slightly. Feng Xiyuan stood beside Feng Gai. Feng Xiyuan raised his head and looked at Yi Futian, appearing somewhat curious. "This brat has always been unruly. Now that I know the name of Master Yi, may you help me discipline this brat and take him as your disciple?" Feng Gai asked Yi Futian. He actually wanted Feng Xiyuan to become Yi Futian's disciple. This made Yi Futian feel somewhat strange. He said, "The youths in Four Corner Village have Master to guide them." Feng Gai continued, "Although Master guides them in their studies and is their teacher in name, he has not truly taken them in as disciples. Now that this brat has begun his journey of cultivation, if he can become a disciple under Master Ye's tutelage, there will be someone to keep him in check in the future." Many people looked over at Feng Gai. Muyan Long had a hostile look on his face. This old fox saw that Yi Futian possessed powerful fate and wanted to get Feng Xiyuan under Yi Futian's wing. He was ambitious, wanting Feng Xiyuan to inherit Yi Futian's teachings. Actually, Feng Xiyuan is born with extraordinary talent. With the current changes of the rules of Four Corner Village, over time he will come across a great, fateful encounter and become an extraordinary figure. "There is no need for him to become my disciple," Yi Futian said. He did not grant Feng Gai his wish. Although Feng Gai had helped Yi Futian before, Yi Futian still did not know him well enough. He could roughly guess what Feng Gai's intentions were for doing so. Yi Futian would naturally not accept disciples so easily. Seeing that Yi Futian did not agree to it, Feng Gai directly struck Feng Xiyuan's head with his palm. He scolded Feng Xiyuan and said, "You be ****starred. This is what you get for being unruly. Now even Master Yi does not see worth in you. You only know how to waste your time every day instead of cultivating properly." Feng Xiyuan looked up at his own grandfather with a confused look. He rubbed his head with his hand. What was going on? Why was he in the wrong when Yi Futian was the one who did not want to accept him as a disciple? His grandfather was being unreasonable. "Feng family does not have any unfilial children like you. If you don't come across a fateful encounter, don't even think about coming home in the future," Feng Gai scolded. Then he apologized to Yi Futian and said, "This brat lacks discipline. Master Yi, please forgive this unsightliness. This is Senior's family matter," Yi Futian said as he walked ahead. Feng Gai slapped Feng Xiyuan in the head again. Feng Xiyuan's figure tipped forward towards where Yi Futian was headed. After he stabilized himself, Feng Xiyuan turned back and glanced at his grandfather. His grandfather glared at him. Feng Xiyuan could only follow Yi Futian obediently. Old Ma and Blind Tai were watching over Little Ling and Tai Tu. Yi Futian walked alone through the village. Feng Xiyuan followed behind him quietly. Yi Futian was somewhat speechless. This Feng Gai was practically Yi Futian came to a stone bridge. He then squatted there and gazed down at the youth playing below. The youth seemed to notice him. He looked up at Yi Futian, somewhat avoiding Yi Futian's gaze. He seemed afraid of strangers. "What is your name?" Yi Futian asked. The youth hesitated to answer and lowered his head. He seemed very nervous. "Master Yi is asking you something. Why do you hesitate?" said Fong Siyuan to the youth. The other party glanced at Fong Siyuan. Then, with his head lowered, he answered softly, "My name is Duo Yu." "Duo Yu?" exclaimed Yi Futian with a strange look. "Ma'am," replied the youth as he nodded his head, "that is what the villagers call me." "Come over here," said Fong Siyuan. Duo Yu seemed somewhat afraid of Fong Siyuan. He walked forward timidly. He mustered his courage to look at Fong Siyuan. Fong Siyuan glared at him and said, "Why are you acting like a girl when you are a boy? You keep hiding away from others all day. Do you truly consider yourself unnecessary?" The youth lowered his head again. He was unnecessary. "Master Yi, this fellow is usually like this. He is very timid." "Don't mind him," said Fong Siyuan. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. Although Fong Siyuan was unruly and had a strong sense of personality, he had a good heart. He was completely different from Muyun Shu. The first time Yi Futian met Fong Siyuan was when Fong Siyuan blocked Little Ling and talked bad about Yi Futian. He did not have a good impression of Fong Siyuan. However, having met Fong Siyuan a few times, his impression of him had changed. "What are you thinking about? This is Master Yi." Seeing that Duo Yu was standing there stunned, Fong Siyuan was so agitated that he leaped down beside Duo Yu and slapped him on the head. "Master Yi," Duo Yu greeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head. He looked at Fong Siyuan and saw Fong Siyuan smiling at him. Yi Futian thought to himself that this brat was as sharp as his grandfather. Seeing that Yi Futian had come looking for Duo Yu, Fong Siyuan must have figured out something as to why he had done so. "Is he usually so stiff and overlooks etiquette?" asked Yi Futian as he put on an expressionless face. He pretended that he was somewhat unhappy about this as he coldly uttered this sentence. When Fong Siyuan saw the look on Yi Futian's face, he quickly added, No. Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. Duo Yu's backstory is rather unfortunate. He has been an orphan since he was young, growing up together with the villagers. Hence, he is more withdrawn. Due to some matters with the elders, many people are also prejudiced against him and gave him the name Duo Yu. People got used to calling him that over time. This fellow has been an introvert since he was young and does not talk much. However, he definitely isn't being impolite on purpose. He always helps out in the village and treats each family as his elders. Now, most people in the village like him. It is just that his name has yet to be changed. Duo Yu still stood with his head lowered, not saying a word. Fong Siyuan had been the one talking all this while. As he looked at the two polar opposite youths, Yi Futian smiled. Although there were people like Muyun Shu in the village, overall the people here were still rather simple. Fong Siyuan and the youth before him now were such people. When Muyun Shu saw that Tai Tu and Little Ling were cultivating, he wanted to prevent them from awakening. However, although Fong Siyuan was also a little frivolous and domineering, he still managed to figure out why Yi Futian came looking for Duo Yu and wanted to speak up on Duo Yu's behalf. From this, Yi Futian could see how different Muyun Shu and Fong Siyuan were. "Bring him up," Yi Futian said. "All right," Fong Siyuan answered with a grin. He then patted Duo Yu and said, "Aren't you going to thank Master Yi?" Duo Yu did not understand why he had to do so, but he still said to Yi Futian, "Thank you, Master Yi." Yi Futian nodded his head. He then turned around and walked off. Fong Siyuan dragged Duo Yu along. Duo Yu was still somewhat fearful. He did not know why Yi Futian wanted him to follow along. Right then, Yi Futian thought that teaching the way here and guiding these simple fellows in their studies and cultivation like master was also an interesting proposition. If he ever wanted to rest, this would be a good place to do so. At that moment, Yi Futian actually had the urge to accept disciples. Although he had accepted disciples before, he had been very utilitarian about it. This time he did not think much of it. He rather liked these 4 youths. Little Ling, Tai Tu, Fong Siyuan, and Duo Yu. These 4 kids had no ulterior motives. Each one of them was different. Once they inherited the divine techniques, what would their futures be like? As for Muyan Shu in Four Corner Village, he was replaceable. Chapter 2110 Reputation. Yi Futian brought Fong Siyuan and Duo Yu along as he walked around the village. He then headed over to the ancient tree. A villager saw this and shouted over, "Duo Yu, why have you come running over here as well?" "And," Duo Yu called out as he glanced bashfully at Yi Futian, who was ahead. "Maybe our little Duo Yu might have talent in cultivation. Master said that everyone in the village can cultivate in the future," an old man said with a smile. "I wonder whether an old bag of bones like me can still cultivate or not. It might be possible. After you start cultivating, you might become a handsome young fellow," said someone playfully to the side. People started commenting one after another. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he felt that the village was indeed simple. Although what they said could not be believed and they were just joking, he could feel the villagers' warmth toward Duo Yu. "Everyone seems to like you quite a lot," Yi Futian said to Duo Yu, who was beside him. Duo Yu scratched his head. He did not know how to respond. Beside him, Fong Siyuan replied, "Duo Yu was raised by many villagers. He was brought up by the joint effort of the villagers. This fellow is also obedient. Many villagers like him." Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. "Go call the other fellows in the village." Fong Siyuan blinked and responded, "All right, I'll be off then." As he said this, Fong Siyuan went off to call them over. Among the youths of the village, Fong Siyuan's position was very high aside from that of Muyan Shu, who could not be compared to. As a descendant of the Fong family, Fong Siyuan also bore an air of authority. His ability to summon people was not ordinary. Not long after, a group of youths clustered around Fong Siyuan as they walked over and came before Yi Futian. Fong Siyuan shouted, "Aren't you all going to greet Master Yi?" "Nice to meet you, Master Yi." Most of the youths could not cultivate before this. They all looked curiously at Yi Futian. They did not know why Fong Siyuan had gathered them over. Was Master Yi also called Master? Could it be that his abilities were on par with that of Master? "Let's go," said Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He then led the youths forward. When the villagers saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. What was Yi Futian doing? It felt as though he was the ringleader of a gang. A group of children followed behind him. Even Xia Qingyuan and the others were stunned. Little Condor's large eyes blinked. Since when had Boss changed personalities? He no longer preferred beautiful women and now wanted to be the leader of a group of youths. The outsiders also revealed strange expressions. What was he doing? Many people followed them. Their group once again came to the ancient tree. There were already many people cultivating and comprehending the way here, including the outsiders. The people there heard some noise. When they opened their eyes, they saw Yi Futian and his group of youths. Some people frowned. What was this fellow doing? Some people also revealed looks of interest. They watched Yi Futian with curious gazes. "Uncle Yi," Little Ling called out to Yi Futian. She then looked behind him and felt that something was strange. Responded Yi Futian with a smile. He then turned and said to the group of youths, "Master has said that the people in the village may have the chance to cultivate now. Before this, an ancestor of Four Corner Village came to me in a dream. The ancestor once cultivated and comprehended the way beneath this tree. Hence, I call it the path-seeking tree. If you have nothing else to do, sit beneath the tree and comprehend the way. You might have the opportunity to awaken to your abilities. Remember, you must be sincere when doing so. Your ancestors told me this in a vision." If 1 day is not enough, spend 2 days at it. If 2 days is not enough, spend 10 days or half a month. Your ancestors also cultivated in such a manner. Do you understand? The people around him revealed different expressions. The outsiders and the cultivators in the village did not believe Yi Futian's words. The ancestor came to him in a dream and gave him a vision. Such utter nonsense. Even if the ancestor came to someone in a dream, he wouldn't find an outsider. This fellow was purely making up stories. However, why was he tricking these youths? Could it be that he knew that this tree was indeed extraordinary? Before this, he had been the one who brought little Ling to the tree, resulting in little Ling awakening to her abilities. Many of the villagers did not think too much about it. They mostly believed what Yi Futian said. As for the youths, they were all nodding their heads. How could they possibly know any better? They would take other people at their word. Aren't you all going to thank Master Yi? Feng Siyuan said to them. The youths immediately complied with his orders. Yi Futian looked at Feng Siyuan. This rascal was a sly one. All of you, sit down and cultivate here. If there is anything you don't understand, ask little Ling Tai Tu, as well as Feng Siyuan, instructed Yi Futian. The youths nodded their heads and then found spots to sit down. Yi Futian revealed a satisfied expression and then left. After he left, many of the youths whispered to one another. Someone asked little Ling, "Little Ling, how do you cultivate? Can you teach me, please?" "Yeah, teach me as well," requested many other youths as they came forward. "Off with you. Go cultivate on your own. Don't disturb little Ling," said Tai Tu as he stood and blocked off little Ling. "Oh, Tai Tu, you are so protective of her," Feng Siyuan said with a smile. "Feng Siyuan, mind your own business," Tai Tu said as he looked at Feng Siyuan. "Master Yi has instructed us to listen to him when he is around. When he isn't, you all should listen to me," Feng Siyuan said as he tilted his head upward. "Did Uncle Yi say that?" countered Tai Tu with a look of dissatisfaction. "If you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Yi?" Feng Siyuan retorted. "It's all right, Tai Tu. Let's listen to elder brother Feng Siyuan," little Ling said as she walked up to them. I will instruct them." Sister Ling is still the most understanding. Feng Siyuan then turned around and said to the group of youths, "Did you see that? From now on, little Ling is your elder sister." "Sister Ling," someone said in a low voice. "Why should she be our elder sister? I am older than her," someone complained. "Little Ling is the inheritor of a divine technique, a person chosen by the ancestors. Are you dissatisfied with that?" Feng Siyuan challenged as he walked up to the person. The person who had spoken immediately retreated. Yi Futian, who had walked far away, saw all of this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feng Siyuan would be extraordinary in the future. He would be a king among children. In the future, these youths would all be subdued by him. Blind Tai stood guard over them. Old Ma walked up to Yi Futian and said, "When these kids grow up, they will be incredible figures. Feng Siyuan has some leadership qualities. He is much more impressive than that kid from Muyun family." Yi Futian nodded his head in agreement. Muyun Shu was too self-centered and arrogant. He only looked out for himself and was snobbish. People like him were destined to be unable to work well with others. Feng Siyuan, on the other hand, was different. Now that the villagers of Four Corner Village can cultivate, I wonder how it will be after a few decades. Old Ma continued. Yi Futian said, "There will certainly be droves of cultivators. A few of these kids are born with the way. For Corner Village has always been a special space. In reality, it has always been showered by the Great Path. Master must have done many things. Once these people begin their cultivation journey, they will grow in leaps and bounds. Once the villagers began cultivating, the sky was the limit. In the future, the village will merge with the outside world. The youths are the future of the village. You lead this group of youths now. In the future, they will certainly be exceptionally respectful towards you. Why don't you stay in the village? Old Ma proposed. Yi Futian looked at him. Old Ma continued. Prior to this, I heard people say that you offended many incredible foes in the outside world. Although the village is small, we can still protect you. With Master here, not many people can force their way into the village. Yi Futian smiled. Old Ma was looking out for him. Staying in Four Corner Village was indeed not a bad choice. I will think about it. However, the Muyun family still wants to banish me from the village. I'll play by ear, Yi Futian replied. Old Ma nodded his head. For the next few days, the youths cultivated underneath the tree obediently. Yi Futian would regularly head over to take a look. Occasionally, he would also sit beneath the tree. As expected, many of them actually awakened to their talents and were able to begin cultivating. They would encounter surprises every day. This made the villagers very happy. These youths were the future of the village. The older generation had no hopes of venturing out themselves. However, they were certainly happy that the younger generation could cultivate, grow, and venture out into the outside world one day. Gradually, the villagers warmed up to Yi Futian. Their good impression of him improved immensely. Everyone called him Master Yi, and he slowly grew accustomed to such a title. The village only had one master before. Now that they called him Master Yi, it itself was an immense sign of respect. Fang Gai was the first to call him that. After that, Fang Siyuan led the youths in calling him Master Yi, and it slowly spread from there. Fang Siyuan's improvement was the most significant. After a few days, Fang Siyuan experienced an awakening, resulting in divine phenomena appearing and startling everyone. Today, countless people stood around the ancient tree. They were looking at Fang Siyuan, who was sitting there. Beams of divine light shot into his body. Around his body, an independent space seemed to form. The space kept shifting and was extremely miraculous. Fang Gai was naturally overjoyed. He had a beaming smile on his face. He had long sensed that these youths were qualified to experience awakenings. Each generation was improving over the last one. Only now, with Fang Siyuan's generation, they finally had the chance to cultivate. I succeeded, said Fang Siyuan, who completed his cultivation as he revealed a look of surprise. He bowed slightly at Yi Futian and said, Many thanks, Master Yi. This is your own doing. I had no part in it, Yi Futian replied, shaking his head. Master Yi is truly incredible. It seems that Master Yi truly is a person with powerful fate, the villagers discussed. They revealed looks of sincere respect. In the distance, Muyun Long watched this scene with a livid expression. The Fang family had also awakened to their abilities. Fang Siyuan inherited a divine technique. The Fang family's position would improve once again. Now, the Muyun family already seemed to have no chance of victory. Yi Futian had only been in the village for a few days. Now his fame was like the sun in the sky. It already eclipsed the fame Muyun Long had accumulated in the village over many years. When that happened, it would not be Yi Futian who would be banished, but rather their Muyun family. He could not imagine what would happen if the Muyun family was banished from Four Corner Village. Will they be here soon? Muyun Long asked Nanhai Qing over transmitted thoughts. They will soon be here. The people from the outside world are gradually making their way over to the Four Corner Continent. The members of the Nanhai family will soon arrive, Nanhai Qing replied. Muyun Long nodded his head. There would be a change in Four Corner Village. Foreign forces would also be arriving. No one knows who would emerge as the final victor at the end of everything. For Corner Village would certainly belong to him. Chapter 2111. Return to the Village. Outside of Four Corner Village, a group of cultivators descended. This group had frightening auras. The leader was dressed in a long robe and bore an air of authority. This group of people was the members of the Nanhai family. The cultivator in the lead was Nanhai Wuji. He was the top giant figure in the Shangqing domain and the chief elder of the Nanhai family. His ability was monstrous. This time, he had personally led his people here. It was apparent how much importance they placed on the changes of Four Corner Village this time around. The Nanhai family was more deeply connected to Four Corner Village than most forces of the Shangqing domain. Hence, they placed the greatest importance on the village. The proud son of heaven, Mu Yunlan, was a son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Mu Yunlan naturally had come along. He stood beside Nanhai Wuji. He wore a long, golden robe and was very elegant, giving off an otherworldly vibe. A frighteningly sharp aura emanated from his gaze. After many years, this was the first time Mu Yunlan had returned. The rule in Four Corner Village was that those who left could not return to the village unless they had special circumstances. Mu Yunlan had long been unsatisfied with this rule. For many years, he had wanted to return for a visit, as well as lead the members of Four Corner Village out to truly face the outside world. However, he couldn't change the village. Now an opportunity had arisen. For Corner Village finally decided to interact with the outside world. "Lan, let's head in," said Nanhai Wuji beside him. Mu Yunlan nodded his head. The group of people then walked towards the glimmer of sky. Now, the rules of Four Corner Village had changed. Before this, Four Corner Village was an illusory world. Now it was a physical space. Other people could truly sense where Four Corner Village was located. Hence, the glimmer of sky could no longer prevent cultivators from entering. After their group headed in, more cultivators descended. They were cultivators from other top forces. After receiving news of this place, they rushed over to Four Corner Village. They were arriving one after another. In Four Corner Village, when the members of the Nanhai family entered, Mu Yunlan took a few steps forward. A familiar sensation swept over him. He looked at the independent space with skies filled with multicolored lights. For Corner Village was still the same. However, things had also changed. The multicolored lights merged with the relic and enveloped the space, transforming it into a true land of miracles. In the village, someone nearby turned around and looked in the direction of their group. The person's heart trembled slightly. However, someone spotted Mu Yunlan and their heart quavered. The person pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, "You are the young master of the Mu Yun family." Mu Yunlan glanced at the other party and then nodded his head slightly. He then walked towards the village. People from the village kept gathering around to see the commotion. They were busily discussing as they cried out, "Mu Yunlan is back!" In the distance, the people who were busy cultivating and seeking fateful encounters looked over in their direction. Mu Yunlan had returned. They turned around and looked over in their direction. They saw the cultivators of the Nanhai family, as well as Mu Yunlan. The figures of Mu Yunlan and the rest of the Mu Yun family dashed over very quickly. A short while later, the group came face to face with Mu Yunlan and the others. Mu Yunlan smiled happily and said, "You have returned." "Father," Mu Yunlan said as he bowed slightly. "Elder brother," called out Mu Yunshu. He sounded familiar, yet somewhat distant. "Little Shu," replied Mu Yunlan as he walked up to Mu Yunshu with a smile. He hugged Mu Yunshu's shoulder and said with a smile, "I never imagined that little Shu has grown so big." Mu Yunlan has returned. Are those the members of the Nanhai family around him? Far away, countless gazes were looking in their direction. Endless whispering could be heard. Even the cultivators from the outside world were extremely concerned. Mu Yunlan had returned. It appeared that Four Corner Village was about to turn lively. "Elder brother, someone bullied me," said Mu Yunshu to Mu Yunlan. It seemed that he had become emboldened. He had heard that his elder brother had become well known outside and was a prominent figure with extremely high cultivation. "Who bullied you?" Mu Yunlan asked. "Blind Tai and Yi Futian," Mu Yunshu said as he turned and looked into the distance. Underneath a tree stood Blind Tai and Yi Futian. There were many youths around the two of them. Blind Tai stood there, not moving an inch. Yi Futian glanced over in their direction. Coincidentally, Muyunlan was also looking over at him. They locked gazes with each other. When Yi Futian saw Muyunlan's gaze, he could faintly sense that Muyunlan was also an extremely sharp figure. He would most likely be hard to deal with. Yi Futian had heard from old Ma that Muyunlan was already famous in the outside world. He was now cultivating with the Nanhai family and had married the princess of the Nanhai family. Muyunlan swept a glance at Yi Futian and then shifted his gaze away and said, "Give me a moment." As he said this, he stepped forward and walked towards a place. Not long after, he reached the outside of the private school. Muyunlan bowed slightly and said, "Student Muyunlan has come to greet Master." Back in the day, Muyunlan had also been taught by Master. It was not just him. Anyone who could cultivate in the village was one of the Master's students. This was the bond between student and teacher. Regardless of what position Muyunlan held now, he needed to understand the etiquette and would come to greet Master. After venturing to the outside world, "You are no longer my student." "There is no need for ceremony," said Master. His voice was extremely calm. He had established a rule that the villagers should not simply leave Four Corner Village, and those who left should not return. At the same time, as long as the person left, their relationship as teacher and student would end there. Hence, Master said that Muyunlan was no longer his student. Back then, I received Master's guidance in my cultivation and have benefited greatly from it. Although I have left the village for many years, I am still Master's student, said Muyunlan. How thoughtful of you, replied Master. Muyunlan continued, Master, I heard that Four Corner Village has changed and will interact with the outside world. In your opinion, what will the village be like in the future? Before you came, I have already said that the matters of Four Corner Village will be determined by the will of the village. After the inheritors of the 7 major divine techniques appear, they will decide the future of the village together. I will neither take part nor intervene, replied Master. Muyunlan did not say any more. He bowed towards the private school and said, I understand. As he said this, he turned and walked away, leaving the place. Muyunlan walked towards the ancient tree. Most of the people in the village were there. Muyunshu and the others followed behind him, heading over there. Muyunshu had a cold and indifferent expression. He had a brazen, murderous aura as he stared at Yi Futian and Blind Tai. He was also looking at the cultivating youths. He couldn't stand looking at them. They were all lackeys of Yi Futian now. They were pathetic ants that hopped on the bandwagon. Even if they could cultivate, what use would that be? Muyunlan stopped in his tracks as he looked towards Blind Tai and Yi Futian. Blind Tai took a few steps forward. Although he could not see, he was facing Muyunlan. A formless aura was surging from him, causing this space to feel somewhat suppressive. An outsider, said Muyunlan as he looked past Blind Tai at Yi Futian. For those from Four Corner Village, Yi Futian was also an outsider. Chapter 2112 Condescending Attitude. Yi Futian looked at Muyunlan and noticed the people around him who were from the Nanhai family. He said, The people with you are also outsiders. Is that wrong? No, it's not, Muyunlan replied. A surge of invisible energy sprang from Nanhai Wuji's body and pressed on Yi Futian. Frowning deeply, Yi Futian stared at Nanhai Wuji. He certainly sensed how dangerous Nanhai Wuji was. I heard that the great emperor once issued an injunction that forbids master cultivators from setting foot in the Four Corner continent. Yi Futian spoke in a flat voice. Nanhai Wuji's expression remained the same. Of course, he knew about the injunction. No one in the Shangqing domain didn't. It was why they had never visited Four Corner Village or explored this corner of the world in the past. He finally had a chance now. That being said, he didn't dare to ignore the great emperor's decree. He only came, knowing that he wouldn't be punished. The divine priest of the great emperor issued a new order several days ago. The injunction regarding the four-corner continent and four-corner village is lifted now. Muyunlan looked at Yi Futian and said. His words set tongues wagging. Some people already heard about it, through families living in the outer realms. But the majority of the crowd didn't know about the news yet. People living in Four Corner Village were particularly confounded. They used to be protected by the great emperor's order. What did it mean to them now that the injunction was lifted? Yi Futian also showed a surprised look on his face. Why would the great emperor revoke the decree all of a sudden? When did this happen? Old Ma narrowed his eyes and asked. The great emperor is the ruler of the divine prefecture. There is nothing he doesn't know about. Everything that happened in Four Corner Village didn't escape his attention either. The injunction is not necessary anymore now that Four Corner Village has transformed and is connected with the outer realms, Muyunlan said calmly. An odd look came over Yi Futian's face. He recalled his time in the Eastern Baron territory many years ago. The decree about the Eastern Baron territory was revoked, and Princess Donghuang later showed up and took away Mr. Du. After that, he entered the upper worlds and almost died in the Void Realm. Princess Donghuang gave him a chance to survive by letting him go through the gate of the Void Realm. It was how he arrived at the divine prefecture. Now, the injunction about Four Corner Village was also lifted after his arrival. These two things seemed to be somehow connected. Could it be a simple coincidence? It also meant that he was under the surveillance of Donghuang the Great wherever he went. He never escaped from his watch. Since the great emperor knew about everything that happened in Four Corner Village, he certainly learned about Yi Futian's visit. It was not a good feeling. On top of that, Yi Futian couldn't figure out why Donghuang the great emperor chose to revoke his decree now. Perhaps it was only because Four Corner Village didn't need to be sequestered and protected anymore now that its laws had changed and had opened up to the outer realms. Since the injunction is lifted, even outsiders can take action in Four Corner Village now. Muyunlan stared at Yi Futian and continued speaking. An invisible form of pressure immediately enveloped Yi Futian. Yi Futian was reminded of the time when he was facing Ninghua back in the days. Muyunlan was a renowned figure in the Shangqing domain. He must possess tremendous power. His cold voice seemed to be another form of intimidation. Yi Futian was not the only one affected by Muyunlan's energy. Even Blind Tai, Old Ma, and others sensed the invisible pressure. The entire village would be put in grave danger if outsiders could fight inside the village. After all, most villagers were common folks. They had no clue why the great emperor revoked his decree at such a critical moment. Was it because the village stopped being cut off from the world? You shouldn't forget who you are just because you have been outside. Blind Tai faced Muyunlan and said, even though they were allowed to fight in the village now, Muyunlan shouldn't forget that he was born and raised in Four Corner Village himself. A battle inside the village would only damage his hometown. Of course, I know who I am. Muyunlan looked at Blind Tai and said, this is where the Muyun family resides and is where I was raised. No one wants the village to be prosperous more than I do. I hope the villagers can go to the outer realms and broaden their horizons. Therefore, I certainly don't want a clash to happen in the village. I would hate to see anyone starting a fight here, let alone myself. Why are you still talking if you know all that? Old Ma spoke evenly. I'm only reminding you not to forget who you are. You should remember who grew up in the village and who came from the outside. Muyunlan scanned the crowd and added, the 7 divine techniques have come out, and everyone in the village will be able to cultivate in the future. I will direct more resources for cultivation back to the village to help the master train more cultivators. Only that will make sure Four Corner Village gains a strong foothold in the Shangqing domain. I can let bygones be bygones and forgive your past misdeeds. Muyun Shu's face changed upon hearing his brother's statement. He raised his head and looked at his elder brother with a puzzled face. Was Mu Yunlan going to let them off? Mu Yunshu was not pleased with such a decision, but he had no choice but to obey his elder brother. He glared at Yi Futian and the others with frosty eyes. I heard that you came from the Donghua domain and have done many things for Four Corner Village. You can stay here and become a member of the village in the future. Four Corner Village will be a sanctuary for you and protect you from the danger in the Donghua domain if you repay us by helping the villagers' cultivation process. Yi Futian listened to Mu Yunlan and quietly stood in place. Old Ma, on the other hand, gave Mu Yunlan a death stare. Mu Yunlan's seemingly magnanimous proposal revealed what a haughty man he was. His condescending attitude suggested that he was the ruler of Four Corner Village, while Yi Futian was merely an outsider. Mu Yunlan gave Yi Futian a chance to be a member of Four Corner Village as compensation for everything he had done for the village. Yi Futian could escape from his enemies from the Donghua domain by taking sanctuary in the village. Are you the one calling the shots in Four Corner Village? Blind Tai challenged Mu Yunlan in a cold voice. He stood upright like a statue and didn't flinch, even when facing master cultivators like Mu Yunlan and Nanhai Wuji. Of course, it should be a collective decision made by the villagers. Nevertheless, I am a member of Four Corner Village. Any suggestion I offered is to bring advantage to the village. I'm sure everyone in Four Corner Village can understand me, Mu Yunlan said. I hope you don't forget that you are also a part of the village. Of course I won't forget. However, before making these hypocritical suggestions and presumptuous judgments, you should think first about what you have done for Four Corner Village, Blind Tai responded calmly. It's none of your business whether he stays or not. The village will take care of it. Mu Yunlan gazed at Blind Tai in silence for a few moments. Then he replied, I guess I will have to wait and see. After that, he also walked over to the ancient tree and glanced at the young people cultivating by its side. As someone who came from Four Corner Village, he understood that these youngsters would all become extraordinary cultivators in the outer realms. Yi Futian wasn't too bothered by Mu Yunlan. He was an outsider indeed. Nowadays, however, he was more important to Four Corner Village than Mu Yunlan. To some extent, he didn't stay because he needed Four Corner Village as a safe haven. Instead, it was because the village needed him. That being said, he didn't give too many thoughts to Mu Yunlan's speech. Everything would work out in the end. Following the footsteps of the Nanhai family, more and more cultivators came to Four Corner Village. A lot of top cultivators were curious to visit the village since the decree was revoked now. At this point, another group of people arrived at the entrance of Four Corner Village. The head of the group was also a master cultivator. He took in a deep breath and carefully examined the village. Then he spoke quietly. Turns out it is an independent world. He heard that Four Corner Village only looked like this due to the transformation. What was it like before? He supposed that he would never get an answer. More and more people swarmed into Four Corner Village. In the meantime, a large number of cultivators from the Four Corner continent also gathered here. Many forces in the Shangqing domain sent people here to see what would happen in Four Corner Village. It was quite an assembly on the Four Corner continent. Rumor had it that the future of Four Corner Village might be determined in the following days. Would this magical village become a top force in the Shangqing domain? So far, no one really knew the strength of the village. Chapter 2113. 7 divine techniques emerged. More and more people had arrived at Four Corner Village, including plenty of master cultivators from some top forces. These visitors were attracted here since the injunction was lifted and the rules had changed. Their arrival turned the village into an even more crowded and bustling place, which was not easy for some villagers to get used to. The village was packed with cultivators from the outer realms. All of them possessed great abilities, which brought tremendous pressure on common folks living in the village. Yi Futian and Old Ma were having a casual chat while sitting in the yard. There are more and more people in the village. It's not a good thing. Four Corner Village will not be the same Four Corner Village if this goes on, Old Ma said slowly. Besides, most villagers have just begun to cultivate. Being surrounded by a large number of powerful cultivators from the outside makes them feel stressed, especially since these outsiders have been quite active in the village. The outsiders all want to collaborate with the villagers, particularly the ones who inherited the divine techniques, Yi Futian replied. The last divine technique of the 7 divine techniques should come out soon. By that time, the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will pass judgment together on affairs concerning Four Corner Village. What's your plan when the time comes? Old Ma asked. If they want Four Corner Village to become an independent force, they have to close the village to the outsiders first. They might face a lot of pressure if that's the plan, Yi Futian said. Unless the master, Yi Futian, still couldn't get the measure of many people in Four Corner Village. However, even with its great legacy and strong tradition, Four Corner Village could hardly overpower all the strong cultivators from all over the domain. On top of that, the Muyun family Yi Futian could agree to ally with the Muyun family. Nevertheless, according to Muyun Land's proposal, Yi Futian would be nothing more than a refugee hiding under Four Corner Village's protection. The Muyun family would be in charge of the village, and no one knew what they would do. Yi Futian couldn't even be certain that the Muyun family would keep their promise and let their conflicts in the past slide. At this moment, some people came to Old Ma's house. A voice rang out outside of the yard. Is Mr. Yi here? Yes, please come in, said Yi Futian. The person was clearly asking only for the formality. They were already outside and could see Yi Futian in the yard. As soon as Yi Futian answered, several people walked in. The head of the group was a middle-aged man with a stately bearing. Even without the perfect great path, he seemed to be a 9th order Renhuang and a master cultivator who stood at the top of the food chain. He smiled and spoke to Yi Futian. We came from the Shangyu deity nation and would like to collaborate with Mr. Yi. The Shangyu deity nation was one of the top forces in the upper 3rd heaven of the Shangqing domain. It possessed formidable power and had a rich heritage. According to the legend, the Shangyu deity nation had a long history and had been a domineering power in the divine prefecture since millions of years ago. Even though it fell into decadence often, it was revived and revitalized each time by some remarkable leader who came out of nowhere. Collaborate how? Yi Futian asked. Four Corner Village is now a gathering place for a variety of people. Many of them came here with ulterior motives. The Shangyu deity nation is willing to help Mr. Yi gain control of the village. Together, we can accelerate the village's development and grow its power. The Shangyu deity nation will be Four Corner Village's close ally. Instead of talking out loud, this person transmitted his voice directly to Yi Futian. Even Old Ma couldn't hear him. The outsiders had been inquiring about the situation in Four Corner Village. Yi Futian was quite popular among the villagers and had a great fortune. He helped several teenagers in the village start cultivation and even inherited the divine techniques. At this point, many people in Four Corner Village already forgot that he was an outsider. They all treated him as a member of the village. Therefore, Yi Futian had a good chance to gain control of Four Corner Village. Nonetheless, the Nanhai family and the Muyun family still posed a threat and might hold the village in check. For that reason, if the Shangyu deity nation threw its weight behind Yi Futian and handled the Nanhai family on his behalf, they could relieve Yi Futian from the pressure and boost the villagers' confidence. In that case, they could kick the Muyun family out and join the game themselves. Although the Shangyu deity nation had enjoyed a good fortune for many years, they were pressured and threatened by new groups rising to power. The Nanhai family, in particular, had been forging ahead in recent years. They took in Muyun Lan as their son-in-law, while Muyun Lan's younger brother, who was still living in Four Corner Village, would also become an extraordinary cultivator in the future. The Shangyu deity nation also needed to join forces with exceptional and promising cultivators. They would become even stronger if they could reign over Four Corner Village. What's the price? Yi Futian also transmitted his voice back rather than speaking out loud. There is no price, Mr. Yi. We only need you to permit people from the Shangyu deity nation to enter Four Corner Village to cultivate after you are put in charge. The village is a magical place blessed by gods, and the Shangyu deity nation hopes to share its good fortune. Besides, the Shangyu deity nation is happy to provide shelter for any villager who wants to travel around the outer realms. We are looking forward to becoming a strong ally of Four Corner Village, the person replied. Only a top force would dare to make such an offer. The situation in Four Corner Village was complicated and unclear at this hour. Anyone who controlled the village would have a target on his back. Yi Futian nodded slightly without explicitly accepting or rejecting the proposal. He said, I'm sure you know that I'm not a native villager. I came from elsewhere, just like you did. Even though I have been highly involved since my arrival, I don't hold sway over the future of Four Corner Village. The villagers trust the master the most. He has already said that the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will rule the village together. If you have any plan in mind, you can discuss it with them when the time comes. The man looked at Yi Futian and more or less understood what he meant. Then he nodded and said with a smile, In that case, we will wait for a little longer. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi. He nodded slightly at Old Ma as well and left with his people. After that, other groups also came to look for Yi Futian and proposed to collaborate with him. Some people wanted to ally with the entire Four Corner Village, while some are only interested in obtaining the divine techniques. It's a touchy situation. Yi Futian walked out of the yard and went to the ancient tree. The teenagers obediently followed his instruction and were sitting in front of the tree to cultivate. Even some outsiders obtained cultivation opportunities. Nonetheless, they couldn't acquire the divine technique simply through comprehension. Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. The teenagers greeted Yi Futian one after another upon seeing him walking over. They all respected him a lot. Yi Futian nodded at them, smiling gently. He either patted them on the shoulders or rubbed their heads when he walked past them. Mr. Yi, 5 more people can cultivate now. Fang Xiyuan came to Yi Futian and reported excitedly. More and more young people came to the ancient tree to cultivate. It seemed that all the teenagers in the village would be able to cultivate together before long, just like the master said. Not bad. Yi Futian nodded and said, You need to work hard too. I know, Fang Xiyuan said. I can wait for them. Yi Futian flicked Fang Xiyuan on his forehead. Then his eyes fixed on a young man nearby. Duo Yu had been sitting there in silence. Wisps of energy were swirling around him. There was abundant energy of the great path flowing into his body, cleansing and transforming him. This space world was established by the spirits of ancient gods. The young men cultivating here were gradually influenced and transfigured by the energy within. This small area in Four Corner Village was an independent world built by the will of the great emperor. And the ancient tree was the root of this world. Yi Futian quietly stood next to the ancient tree. He leaned against the tree and looked at the young men with a smile. The young men felt like the world became clearer in an instant as an invisible jolt of energy was injected into their bodies. Yi Futian left moments later. Shortly after his departure, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky above Four Corner Village. Yi Futian, who was already back in Old Ma's yard, looked up. It was the direction of the ancient tree. He cracked a smile when he recognized the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. All 7 divine techniques had come out. Duo Yu. It's Duo Yu. Many people exclaimed in surprise over there. They didn't expect the inheritor of the last divine technique to be Duo Yu. The outsiders also stared at the extraordinary phenomenon. Finally, all 7 divine techniques had emerged. What kind of changes would happen in Four Corner Village in the future? At this moment, the entire village was filled with tension. Chapter 2114, Taking a Master. Many people gathered in front of the ancient tree and watched Duoyu obtaining the divine technique through awakening. The villagers were overwhelmed with mixed feelings. After all, Duoyu was only an insignificant orphan in the village. He couldn't even cultivate before the transformation of Four Corner Village. No one expected him to be the one who inherited the last divine technique. The outsiders were also astonished by the magic of Four Corner Village. They couldn't see anything, but Duoyu was able to obtain the divine technique through awakening. It felt like everything was destined to happen. Most importantly, however, they cared about the divine technique itself. Duoyu obtained the divine technique that was previously lost to Four Corner Village. It was the Eye of Samsara, which was an extremely powerful divine method of illusion that could trap the target in the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The Tarj couldn't escape from the illusory world of samsara and would eventually die after his spiritual will was destroyed. At this moment, a pair of intense and eerie eyes became visible in the sky above Duoyu. A similar scene appeared behind him as well. It was the life spirit. He awoke. At this point, a mysterious incident popped into the outsiders' minds. Many years ago, another extraordinary cultivator inherited the Eye of Samsara and left Four Corner Village. Nevertheless, a horrifying tragedy happened to him shortly after he rose to fame in the Shangqing domain. An incredibly powerful cultivator from the palace of the illusory god, a top force in the Shangqing domain, carved out the eyes of the last inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. He stole the Eye of Samsara and integrated it with his own eyes. Therefore, the Eye of Samsara, one of the 7 divine techniques of Four Corner Village, was lost in the outer realms. In order to protect Four Corner Village, the master prohibited the villagers from having dealings with the outer realms. Many forces and groups in the Shangqing domain were hankering after the precious divine techniques of Four Corner Village. Back in the days, Blind Tai also suffered a similar ordeal because of that. He and the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara both had a tragic story, but there was one difference. The person who attacked the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara fully passed off the Eye of Samsara as his own. Blind Tai, on the other hand, lost his eyes and only part of the cultivation method of the divine technique. Therefore, technically speaking, 1.5 divine techniques of Four Corner Village were lost in the outer realms, including the whole Eye of Samsara and half of the divine hammer of the protector. Duoyu now inherited the Eye of Samsara decades later. People couldn't help but speculate that Duoyu was a descendant of the cultivator whose eyes were carved out. Either way, for Corner Village, reclaiming all 7 divine techniques was earth-shattering news and had special significance to the villagers. Moments later, Duoyu opened his eyes, and the extraordinary phenomenon disappeared. Surprisingly, instead of looking exhilarated, he was only sitting still in a daze. Duoyu, good job. Duoyu, don't forget about your auntie when you become an amazing cultivator in the future. Loud noises came from all sides. People in Four Corner Village were offering congratulations to the young man. Duoyu looked at the familiar faces as a fatuous grin spread across his face. He stood up and scanned the crowd as if he was searching for someone. Mr. Yi is at Little Ling's place. Fong Xiuan walked over and spoke to Duoyu. Duoyu immediately ran off. Many people watched his receding figure and noticed his change. He could run much faster after his awakening. He needs to thank Mr. Yi for everything. Exactly. Duoyu can change his name now. A lot of people laughed and joked. Duoyu sprinted to Old Ma's house and happened to see Yi Futian walking out from the yard. Duoyu tried to stop, yet his body kept moving forward. His feet slid down the road, and even his shoes were smoking due to friction. When he finally stopped completely, Duo Yu raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Instead, he scratched his head and cracked a silly grin at Yi Futian. He wouldn't even dream about cultivating if Yi Futian didn't take him to the ancient tree. Becoming a cultivator was nothing more than a foolish wish for him, even when the master announced that everyone in the village would be able to cultivate in the future. Duo Yu didn't think that he would be included. He was the most insignificant person in the entire village. Inheriting the divine technique was beyond his wildest dream. Indeed, everything that happened just now felt like a dream to him. Not only could he cultivate now, but the villagers also told him that he inherited one of the 7 divine techniques passed on by their ancestors. Mr. Yi. Duo Yu prostrated himself and knocked his head on the ground to show his gratitude to Yi Futian. He didn't know any other way to express his pure, raw emotion. Yi Futian gazed at Duo Yu's skinny body that was dressed in shabby clothes. He didn't stop him. This reticent young man must have been holding back his feelings for a long time. Perhaps it was better for him to vent it in this way. Fang Xiyuan was running after Duo Yu, but he stopped as soon as he saw Duo Yu bowing down before Yi Futian. Instead, he quietly watched them from far away. Yi Futian walked over to Duo Yu and squatted down. He patted Duo Yu on his head and said, "Why are you crying? You are a grown man who can cultivate now. You will be responsible for protecting the village in the future." Duo Yu raised his head and saw the smile on Yi Futian's face. He used the sleeves to wipe his eyes, yet still couldn't stop tears from rolling down his cheeks. "Mr. Yi, can I learn cultivation from you?" Duo Yu asked, crying. He stared at Yi Futian with shining, expectant eyes. Yi Futian was moved and didn't have the heart to turn Duo Yu down. He smiled and nodded, said, "Of course." "Then you're my teacher now, Mr. Yi," said Duo Yu. The villagers often say that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. "With you as my teacher, I will finally have a family." Yi Futian was surprised. He outstretched his arms to hug Duo Yu and said, "Duo Yu, everyone in the village is your family. You have always been a member of the village and will always have families by your side." "Yes." Duo Yu gave a solemn nod and beamed radiantly despite the tears on his face. Standing next to them, Old Ma was touched by the scene. Although Little Ling also lost her parents, she had Old Ma to care for her. On the other hand, Duo Yu was an orphan who was tossed around and neglected by everyone. He never dared to show his feelings and always had a silly grin on his face. No one had paid attention to him or cared about his well-being. Otherwise, his emotions wouldn't erupt so suddenly and dramatically, and he wouldn't see Yi Futian as his dearest family. Honestly speaking, Yi Futian didn't have much contact with Duo Yu. He only took him from the riverside to cultivate under the ancient tree. "Disciple Fang Xiyuan greets the master," a voice said. Yi Futian turned around and saw Fang Xiyuan also prostrating himself on the ground. He wanted to be Yi Futian's disciple as well. Yi Futian blinked rapidly and had an almost irresistible impulse to beat up this boy. "I suppose the master has acquiesced in taking me as your disciple. I promise to follow you around and cultivate studiously," Fang Xiyuan said while knocking his forehead on the ground continuously. Yi Futian stared at him in frustration and said, "Aren't you a clever one?" "Hee," Fang Xiyuan simpered. "Master, thank you for your compliment." Yi Futian was at a loss for words. "Uncle Yi, I want you to be my master too." Little Ling also ran over to them from afar. "And me," Tai Tu shouted. They both kneeled along with Fang Xiyuan and said to Yi Futian, "Disciple Little Ling and Disciple Tai Tu, greet the master." Little Ling and Tai Tu were still innocent children who probably didn't understand what they were doing. Even so, they imitated Fang Xiyuan and repeated his words in their tender voice. They simply wanted Yi Futian to be their teacher. After all, Uncle Yi treated them so well. Yi Futian felt like he was coerced by a couple of children. Now he could not extricate himself from this difficult situation and had no choice but to take them as his disciples. The children have shown their wholehearted devotion. Just take them, said old Ma. Blind Tai was also waiting nearby. A lot of people were watching them from afar with mixed feelings. The 4 children each inherited a divine technique. What kind of a position in the village would Yi Futian rise to once he became their teacher? No one thought that an outsider would be able to enjoy such a high status. Before Yi Futian's arrival, only the master had this level of prestige. How did Yi Futian achieve that? In the meantime, everyone had to admit that all 4 children only started to show their talents for cultivation after Yi Futian arrived at the village. I believe the other 3's wholehearted devotion, but I can't take Fong Siyuan, Yi Futian said. Fong Siyuan was too slippery and crafty. Master, you can't be prejudiced against me. Heaven knows how sincere I am. Fong Siyuan swore solemnly, but Yi Futian didn't buy it at all. A group of people walked over to them, including cultivators from the Muyun family. Muyun Lan said, "The master is the only teacher in the village. Even if he didn't take you as his direct disciples after you started cultivation, you should be grateful and treat him as your master. Why are you all begging to become Yi Futian's disciples? Do you have any respect for the master? The master told us a long time ago that even though he teaches us how to read, write, cultivate, and seek the great path, he doesn't want to officially take us as his disciples. Now that we have met another man who can teach us cultivation, of course the master wouldn't mind." Fong Siyuan replied. "Fong Siyuan, you're so pathetic. Even a person like him can be your teacher," Muyun Shu scoffed. "Is he good enough?" The kids sincerely want to acknowledge Yi Futian as their master. This doesn't seem to concern the Muyun family. Why don't you mind your own business? Old Ma looked up and said to them, "By the way, there is another dispute that needs to be settled now. All 7 divine techniques have emerged. The inheritors are chosen by the spirits of our ancestors and can represent the will of 4 Corner Village. Shouldn't we call for the villagers and make decisions on things that are still hanging in the air?" The cultivators from the Muyun family were not pleased. Did old Ma really want to cast out the Muyun family? They did agree that the inheritors of the 7 divine techniques would work together to pass judgment on the affairs of 4 Corner Village. Chapter 2115, Village Chief Selection. Old Ma is right. The master said that the inheritors of the 7 great divine techniques could represent the will of 4 Corner Village. Now that the village has gone through tremendous changes, the rules should be reset as well. I echo old Ma's proposal for summoning the villagers to hold a public discussion. Fong Gai, the head of the Fong family, also agreed with old Ma. Agree, Blind Tai nodded. Their opinion carried great weight, since their successors, Little Ling, Fong Siyuan, and Tai Tu, were all inheritors of the divine techniques. All 3 of them proposed to hold a public discussion. It was apparent that 4 Corner Village was about to have a new set of rules in place. "In that case, let's hold a discussion," Muyun Lan responded offhandedly. "Let's ask the master to be the moderator for this discussion and set it up outside of the school," old Ma added. The crowd nodded in agreement. The master was obviously the best choice. "Let's go to inform everyone in the village. Come on." Old Ma, Fong Gai, Blind Tai, and their successors walked in the direction of the private school. The villagers immediately followed behind them. The outsiders, on the other hand, didn't march with them. They watched the crowd from afar while hatching all types of plans in their heads. Since 4 Corner Village decided to end its seclusion and establish contact with the outer realms, they would certainly make some changes. The outsiders couldn't predict what types of changes would occur. A large number of villagers gathered outside of the private school. Almost everyone in the village was there. Facing the outer wall of the school, old Ma bowed slightly and said, "Sorry to disturb you, master." Many people bowed to show their respect for the master. The villagers held the master in high esteem from the bottom of their hearts. The crowd waited for the master in silence. Some villagers set up 7 chairs for the 7 families. Futian watched them quietly and couldn't help exclaiming to himself about how simple and unworldly the villagers were. They probably didn't realize that this discussion would determine the future of Four Corner Village. Please. Mu Yunlong didn't hesitate. He sat down in the middle, Mu Yunlan and Mu Yunshu standing behind him. Old Ma darted them a glance and sat in the next chair with little Ling. After that, Blind Tai sat down with Tai Tu and Fong Gai with Fong Siyuan. Duo you should sit as well. Fong Gai pointed at the empty chair next to him. Duo Yu turned around to look for Yi Futian. After Yi Futian gave him a nod, he walked hesitantly to the chair and sat down. Even so, he didn't seem to belong there. Although Duo Yu could cultivate now, he didn't have the right bearing or sufficient self-assurance yet. Unlike Mu Yunshu and Fong Siyuan, he conducted himself with little confidence. Even after sitting down, Duo Yu still looked nervous and anxious. His eyes darted uneasily to Yi Futian now and then. The other inheritors had family members around and had been taught by the master in the past. Duo Yu, on the other hand, had never met the master. Yi Futian was the only person who could boost his confidence. Don't worry. You have started your cultivation journey. You are a grown man from now on. Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Duo Yu. His words made Duo Yu feel more at ease. Duo Yu nodded solemnly and sat up. More and more people arrived. All the villagers flocked together and stood quietly in the field outside of the school. Mu Yunlong waved his hand and spoke to the crowd. Today is a great day for Four Corner Village. Thanks to our ancestors' blessing, the 7 great divine techniques have each found their inheritor. From now on, the youngsters in the village will all be able to cultivate. In the meantime, the master has allowed the villagers to establish contact with and travel back and forth to the outer realms. Our Four Corner Village will be forever changed. Therefore, we ask everyone to come here today and discuss the future of the village together. Mu Yunlong sat in the center and took the lead to speak as if he was still in charge of Four Corner Village. His domineering and condescending attitude didn't change either. The villagers whispered to each other quietly. Mu Yunlong waved his hand again and said, "Here is the first thing on the agenda. For many years, many cultivators from the outside have been here to look for cultivation opportunities, but Four Corner Village has always been protected by our ancestors. Now, the village has undergone a great transformation and the injunction was lifted. It means that we may be facing dangers and risks in the future. For that reason, while preparing to step outside the bubble and visit the outer realms, we should also ensure the village's security. Therefore, I propose to ally with some groups in the outer realms to strengthen the forces of Four Corner Village. What do you think?" "I don't agree." Blind Tai rejected the proposal right away. He faced the crowd and said, "You want to build an alliance with the Nanhai family, right? Don't forget how the divine techniques of the village were stolen, how I lost my eyes, and what happened to the original inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. I'm sure the Muyun family knows what kind of evil intention the people in the outer realms are harboring. Has the Nanhai family already mastered the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique?" Blind Tai questioned Mu Yunlong. He was filled with distrust of people in the outer realms. "I agree," Old Ma chimed in. "Everyone knows that people in the outer realms have nasty motives. They want to steal the divine techniques from the village. Mu Yunlong, I'm sure you know that trusted aids are usually eliminated when they have outlived their usefulness. I'm on board with your suggestion as long as the Nanhai family opens itself to Four Corner Village as well. Unless they allow our villagers to freely enter all of their secret zones and study their core art of sorcery, it would not be an equal alliance. Muyun, everyone is aware that Mu Yunlan is currently cultivating in the Nanhai family. Shouldn't you recuse yourself?" Fong Gai spoke up as well. Mu Yunlan looked quite embarrassed. As he expected, Old Ma, Blind Tai, and Fong Gai teamed up against him. Feel free to ignore my suggestion if you believe that Four Corner Village doesn't need an ally, or if you think that the villagers can be safe and sound in the Outer Realms after you have offended all the top forces in the Shanqing domain. Try not to forget that cultivators from the Outer Realms are now allowed to fight in the village, since the decree is revoked. If you believe that I only proposed it for my personal interest, I hope you can figure out a way to solve the upcoming problems. Mu Yunlong responded coldly. The villagers whispered to each other. They all had different opinions in mind. The common folks were naturally concerned about their safety. It would be a terrible disaster for them if the outsiders started a war in the village. With the master here, who dares to stir up trouble in the village even without the decree? Blind Tai said coldly. The villagers shifted their eyes in the direction of the school at once. Blind Tai was right. Who would have the nerve to cause trouble when the master was here? The master was a godlike figure in the village. Everyone believed that the master was omnipotent. There was nothing he couldn't achieve. The master would be put under quite a lot of pressure if you have the entire Shanqing domain as your enemy, wouldn't he? You are protected by the master in the village. But what about the people who travel around the Outer Realms? Mu Yunlong asked. Why would we offend the entire Shanqing domain? Yi Futian joined the conversation at this point. To establish contact with the Outer Realms, for Corner Village will act in unity as a single group, just like any other force in the Outer Realms. Do all the forces in the upper 9 heavens of the Shanqing domain allow any random person to come and go freely? Which top force doesn't have cultivation opportunities? Moreover, even if other forces are not satisfied with the arrangement, we can still hand out limited passes like before. They can cultivate in the village as long as they have the villagers' consent. In that case, we would at least be friendly with each other. Why would they turn into enemies? Yi Futian said. Many villagers were persuaded by him. However, tragedies might befall someone simply because of the treasure he possessed and the jealousy it caused. For Corner Village was a unique place, and they might affront other groups in the Outer Realms regardless. Mr. Yi is right. If we have to be dependent upon others to protect ourselves, we might as well be cut off from the world. Why should we establish contact with the Outer Realms at all? How could Four Corner Village remain its nature if outsiders keep swarming in like this? Old Ma added one more thing. Mu Yunlong was born and raised in the village, and he is now in cahoots with the Nanhai family. According to what Mu Yunlong just said, the Nanhai family would be our enemy rather than a friend as long as we don't agree to form an alliance with them and let them enter the village freely. Since Mu Yunlong is one of the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques, I would like to ask what he thinks. It's fine if you disagree with my proposal, but why did you attack the entire Mu Yun family? Old Ma, how can you say you don't have self-serving agenda? Mu Yunlong gave a snort of disgust. Then you can expel the outsiders yourselves. Old Ma shot Mu Yunlong a look and continued to speak. The 7 great divine techniques each has an inheritor now, but I think we still need a village chief to lead us forward. This person can put forward motions regarding the village, and the 7 inheritors will decide on the proposals together. What do you think? I agree. Blind Tai still supported him unconditionally. Me too, Fongai said. What about you, Duo Yu? Fongai asked. I agree too. Duo Yu nodded. He knew that Grandpa Ma was working together with Yi Futian. All he needed to do was to follow their lead. The villagers nodded in accord as well. It was a good suggestion in their minds. In that case, the village wouldn't be a group without a leader anymore. I think the master is the most suitable person to be the village chief. Master, what do you think? Old Ma turned around to face the outer wall of the school. I won't take the position, the master replied. The villagers were a little disappointed. The master still didn't like to get involved in things outside of the school. He would have been a perfect choice for the position of village chief. We have to look for someone else, since the master isn't willing to take up the post, Old Ma said. I will recommend another person who has done many things for Four Corner Village without any ulterior motive. He would be a fitting village chief. A strange look came over many people's faces. Some of them already knew who Old Ma was referring to. They all looked in Yi Futian's direction. Old Ma also turned his head and said to Yi Futian with a smile, "Mr. Yi is an extraordinary cultivator with remarkable talents and great fortune. For Corner Village started to change right after his arrival. Besides, he is currently leading the youngsters in the village to cultivate. I believe that Mr. Yi is a fine candidate for the job." Even Yi Futian was taken by surprise. Old Ma wanted to select him without consulting with him first. Most villagers were also astounded by Old Ma's recommendation.